Hello, 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 hello. Coming 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Am I coming through loud and clear? Ooh, lovely. Okay, in which case, ta-da! We have a stream, guys. Thank you so much for coming along here. You know, I looked online and it said the last time I was online was 4 years ago. My God, how the world has changed since then, huh? Hello, welcome, welcome. This is my first ever stream, technically. Although 4 years ago I was streaming from that sofa, which you can't see. It's in the black void over there. I was streaming games in the middle of COVID. Very, very different times back then. But here we are now. I think I was doing music back then as well. And my God, how time has changed. Now I'm doing videos for you guys with some of the most awesome people in Japan. How is everyone doing? Where is everyone looking in from? Lots of hellos. What are these little characters here? This is cute. Giga Nodders. That's a cute little character. Oh, I saw some Van Gang as well. Hey, Beer Pal. Respect to the Van Gang. The Middle East, Singapore, still working technically. Oh dear. Well, I won't tell if you won't tell, don't worry. Hello from Melbourne. Hello. How is it there? How's the weather? It's a bit rainy here today. Hello from Canada. How's Canada as well? It's been so weird here in Japan at the moment. The weather has been fluctuating between being some days 20 degrees and then some days 4 degrees. I mean Celsius. It's absolutely insane. I've never been to Canada. Always wanted to go. Although my experience with Onigiri & Co. makes me wonder if I want to go. Especially after meeting Luna and her various ways of proving that she knows how to kill someone. In Minecraft. I hear that's a bad word to use on here, apparently. So if you guys have any questions at all... Oh, hello from Los Angeles. Hey! Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome to the land of the rising sun. 30°C, even though technically it's autumn. No way! I've literally had my aircon on like 18°C for the last 5 days without stopping. I hear it's cheaper to just leave it on, so I've just left it on this whole time. I think that's true. Oh, I heard a noise. I'm really sorry. I'm literally like the boomer here. We have Night Fox Filming. Thank you so much for the follow. Soud, thank you so much for the follow. Dog with Socks. Ratog. Beer Pal. Satomi. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. It really does mean a lot. Obviously, I don't come on here often. But I don't know. I'd like to try and make this maybe a weekly thing, because I do often get asked on my social media, how did you do this? How did you film this? What was it like? What did you experience? And I feel that it might be quite cool to let you guys in on a little bit of like the behind the scenes. I know that one of the inspirations for me of doing this was when I was growing up, we used to have director's commentaries on DVDs. And you don't tend to get that these days with digital goods like on Netflix and stuff. They rarely show you like what happened behind the scenes. So I feel that it might be quite cool for people that want to know, oh, how did you film this? Or, well, how cold was it really on the island? I can perhaps share some more with you. Hey, Texas Lopez. I can share some of the insight with you. So yeah, if you have any questions, by all means, let me know, and I will do my best to answer them. But for now, I will continue drinking water from here, because I need to hydrate, and it is water before you think otherwise. I do have some non-alcoholic beer. Yes, it is now non-alcoholic, yes. And maybe I can try that too. Oh, put that over there. I've got one of these guys too. This is pretty interesting. I don't know if anyone ever remembered Bad Taste Bears. This used to be a big thing in England. I used to love these guys. No disc. I have like a Darth Vader one which has like a suggestive thing. But I won't go into that. Anyway, are you a chef? Because your cooking looks good. Oh, bless you. That's just very, very clever camera angles. I'm not a chef, despite what Giri claims. I do like cooking, though. I genuinely love creating, which is why I think I've always had a career making music, making videos. I went on a whole baking arc after I watched The Great British Bake Off, and I learned a bunch of skills from like Paul Hollywood and Mary Berry. And from there, I just sort of became fascinated with just creating things. So maybe that's where people think, oh, he's a chef. It's like, meh, well, I get by. But I'm not one of these people that can taste something in a restaurant and say, oh, I know what's in that. That's got that ingredient and that's how we make it. I'm not that type, but like if you give me something to follow, I can recreate something from that. Do we have any chefs in the chat? I'm interested. I'm intrigued. Is there any Giri fans here that like to cook? And has she burnt more things? Because I was a bit surprised when her machine was complaining at her. I'd never seen into the stream that far because I'd always gone to bed early. So when I saw people saying, she normally burns rice, I'm like, really? Because it looks good when I leave her. Let's have a look-see here. Giri just gets distracted. This is true. You know what? I kind of feel like I have that feeling too. Because I'll talk about something, I'll get up and start doing something, and the next thing I know, it's been 2 hours and I've just completely gone in the opposite direction of what I was originally talking about. So don't be surprised if that happens today if you ask me something and I sort of go off topic. I think they call that ADHD. I might have some self-diagnosed ADHD. Thank you so much for the follow, Hazardous. Yeah, welcome to the ADHD club, apparently. So for those interested, obviously Cameraman Paul, it's kind of a name that was given to me. I noticed that whenever people such as Chris or Connor referred to me, they just said, it's Cameraman Paul. So I was like, okay, that might as well just be a sticking name for now. So yeah, it's kind of become the name. Well, it depends on the tangent, Cat, but I agree, yeah. Thank you for the follow, Carmen. Yeah, so at the moment, for those that love their cameras, this camera right now is very, very overkill. I'm actually using Sony's flagship camera. This is the Sony A1 with a 24-70 G Master 2 on it. Now, you might be thinking, Paul, why are you doing that? That's stupid overkill, because that's a $6,000 body with, I think, a $1,500 lens, maybe a $2,000 lens. Well, here's the thing, and this is the real crime. I don't use them. I know, I don't use them. Why? I will tell you why. Because this camera is a photographer's camera. It's not technically for video, and I do video work. I don't really do camera work. So for this camera, it doesn't have a fan in it. You can't see the LUT or the color on the actual camera when you're filming. So for me, I like to see what the exposure is going to look like for the final video. Or when we're filming for you guys, for the live streams, I like to see what it's going to look like. You're used to Well, yeah, that's true. I may not be as extreme. My wall's a bit too close to my neighbor. Thank you, Infinite, for the follow. That's so kind of you. Yeah, right now you can't see, but behind me, I have a wall that's directly connected to my next door. Although I think that's their kitchen and their actual living space is over there. But I don't want to risk it for a biscuit, so I'm just waiting. I've got some like soundproof boarding coming. I think it's coming this Friday, so I'm probably going to try and put that on the wall, and hopefully that will mitigate some of the noise, and I might be able to be a bit louder. Camera ends up languishing. It does, yeah, my camera does. So, well, the reason being, Kat, is because I have an FX3 now, and I like that one because it's got a fan in it, so it's not going to overheat. And also I can see the LUTs in it. So Sony upgraded that camera way more than they upgraded this, which is very weird. So I end up using the FX3 more than the A1. And the FX3 is actually cheaper. So maybe I should just get two FX3s. I'm kind of waiting to see what they come out this year. Maybe there's another Mark II coming out. Maybe I'll get that instead. But yeah, so this one's just been sitting at home doing nothing. So I thought, well, you know, people keep asking me this questions, how do we film? So I'll use this. So the main lens that I use when I'm filming Connor and Chris is actually the 16 to 35. Because oftentimes I'm filming more than one person, so you need something with a bit of width to show you guys what's going on. And a lot of people seem to go crazy about this shallow depth of field. Like if you look in the background here, you can see it's blurry. Often when I'm filming them, I'm normally filming it around f8 or f4 to f8. The reason being is that you have two people standing like this. That's one thing, but people often aren't. They're often like this. So you'll see this hand will go in focus, whereas like Connor will be here and Chris will be here. So one of them will be out of focus. And this is at f2.8. So therefore I normally have to bump up the f-stop so that they're both in focus, even if they're a little bit further away. And also for IRL streams, you want to be high because the whole point is you want to see where everyone is, right? So it makes sense to have that. Hey, Paul, I met you last year at Tokyo Station. Oh, we were both heading to Sendai early in the morning and you were going to film with Chris and I was on my way back. Oh, hey, how's it going, man? Lovely to see you on here on my first stream. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I remember that. I was going up to Sendai in the morning. What was I filming that day? I think we was heading up there to film... My lord. I don't think it would have been Non-Stop North, because it would have been before that, wouldn't it? Me pretending to do offensive camera. Hey, you know what? Just smile and nod. It's okay. That's what I do on set. You said maybe the work... Oh, wow, then. Oh, wow, that was a while ago. Okay, so that would have been... I would have gone up there with Nick, who you may know from Onigiri's live stream, also Junk Food Nick. So if it was the workout stuff, I would have gone up there with Nick to film Chris getting trained at that time. That was before his chess boxing event. Yeah, so you might have seen... I can't remember what video it was. Let me see. There was a video on Chris's channel that he made... Let me see. It was on Abroad in Japan. There's one that he was talking about doing the chess boxing, and at the end of that video, he showed a montage that I made for him of him working out at this gym that we found that it was one of Nick's friends who owns a gym, and he let us work out in there. Oh no, I can't remember. I can't see. Oh no. Unfortunately, yeah, I don't know, because it was put at the end of the video, but maybe it was a live show. Maybe it was a live video, maybe someone knows. Yeah, it was like a 1980s vibe, sort of Karate Kid montage of him working out at the gym. I still can't believe he did that. You know, it takes a lot of guts to be able to get into an actual ring with a live, massive audience and be able to throw down with someone, let alone playing chess at the same time. So I have to give reluctant kudos to him. Even though I know he loves it. He loves it when I praise him. But yes, that was a fun experience. Thank you so much for the follow, Annie. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, that was a fun experience. Wow, what have we done since then? I wasn't there for LA, unfortunately, so I didn't get to film that experience, although I kind of regret not just tagging along anyway to just document it for him, bless. But was that was before the Cyclethon 2, right? Or was it Cyclethon 1? I'm trying to think. Let me see. Did he do chess boxing before or after the Cyclethon? I think he did that after, right? Wherefore art thou? Let me see. So we have I'm done. Weirdest video I've ever seen on this channel, just him with his hands like this saying I'm done. Like... Right, so the chess came after the cycle, so the first Cyclethon, that was done. Okay. Yeah, Cyclethon 1, August, that's it, that's right. Now, funny story, right? So, how did I end up filming the Cyclethon? Because technically speaking, that was my first ever major job with Chris. Before that, I know it sounds weird, but technically I'd filmed with him on the Watanabe Ken shoot, but technically speaking, I didn't really film the bulk of that. It was the second time they went up to film with Watanabe Ken, and Marcus, God bless him, I don't know if he's watching. Marcus, shout out to you if you're there. He's also a cameraman and an awesome editor for Chris and Ryodoro's Japan. He couldn't make it. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Dango. Hope you're doing well. He couldn't make it, so Chris asked if I could go up there, and God bless him, he took a risk. And at that time, I'd never used a Sony camera. I'd always used a Blackmagic camera or a GH5. But obviously, I understood like aperture, ISO, shutter speed, all that. You know, I understood those. But then his cameras, like, in case you don't know, if you buy a Sony camera in Japan, the menus are in Japanese. For some reason, they don't put English in them. I don't know why, but that's a warning to you. If you ever happen to buy a camera in Japan, ask the staff. I think you can get them in Ebisu. They do Sony cameras with English. But anywhere else in Japan, if you buy Sony, there's no English menus in them. I don't know why they do that. I don't know. But yes, so after that experience, I was like, I need to learn this system. Hey, so thank you so much for the follow. Is that Ki something Chi? What's that middle one? Is that Kimochi? I had to figure out how to use a Sony camera. So I was like, okay, you know what? This is the camera he's using. This is the camera everyone's using. I need to invest. So I decided at that time I wanted to get an A7S III. That was during the chip shortage. So unfortunately, I couldn't. Oh, it is kimchi. Oh, kimchi. Hey, that's good too. I like that stuff. Is that kimchi as in the food, or is that kimchi as in like the feeling? I'm intrigued. And are you Japanese? Anyway, while you answer that, so there was a chip shortage, so I couldn't actually get what everyone was buying at the time was the A7S III. So I looked on the websites, and the only one that I could buy was this A1 camera that I have. So I said, you know what? It's an investment. I want to learn it. I need to learn it. So I ended up spending all my money on that camera. And at the time I used, don't tell Onibro this, but I bought Sigma lenses. I bought a 24-70 lens. And then after I worked with Alex and Tokyo Portfolio for some real estate videos, I decided I needed a wider lens. So I bought the 14-24, which is technically what they use on Onigiri's stream. But don't tell Onibro that. That's our secret. There we go. It's a bilingual hangman game. That's true. Very true. Well, welcome Kimchi to the food. Kimochi the feeling. Kimuchi. Welcome Kimchi to the stream. My first. So yeah, I decided to buy that camera and learn the ins and outs of it, much like I do anything that I buy. I always I read the manuals because I want to know exactly what I can do with them. And after that, Chris said to me, hey, thank you for the follow, Rainbow. Hope you're doing well. Chris came up to me and said, what are you doing on this date, mate? Are you free? And I was like, yeah, I should be free on that date. It was like, there's only one question though. Can you fly a drone? Now, anyone who's anyone knows when you're in a situation like this, you say yes. Had I flown a drone before? Of course, for 5 minutes. I flew my mate Nick's drone in his house. Hey, thank you so much for the follows. That means so much to me, guys. Thank you. Of course I've flown a drone indoors. Very dangerous. Don't do that. Find an empty field and do it there. My reply to Chris was, it's just like Call of Duty in the sky, innit? to which he was like, good man, you'll go far. Make sure you're available on these dates. So I blocked off these dates, and I think it was 8 days at that time. Little did I know, this ended up being Cyclethon 1. Yeah, the big one. So ever since I said yes to that video, or to filming, I said, you know what? I need to learn how to fly a drone. I want to get some good muscle memory in there. So I decided to download this app online. There's a PC app by DJI that's free, and it'll teach you how to fly a drone. So I used that with my Xbox Free controller, or Xbox 360 controller, I don't know, whatever it is. It's one. I have a PC custom built over there. I use it like an Xbox. And every day I sat down for an hour to learn how to fly the drone through muscle memory. Well, why does everyone have a good impression of Chris? Because, you know, Chris is Like, you just have to make sure you get down low like this, make it a bit gravelly. What are you talking about? That's how we all talk, is it not? Apparently this is a Kent accent. Cyclethon 1 is what properly introduced me to Pete, you, and Ian. Well, funny story, Texas Lopez, because Cyclethon 1 is where I met Connor for the first time, Ian for the first time, and Pete for the first time. Who knew how amazing that event would be? I am pretty spot on. You know what? I'm going to make this clear right now. Chris sounds like me, okay? I don't sound like Chris. I'm 42 this year, all right? He's younger than me. People need to start saying, Paul, Chris, you sound like Paul. What's going on with that? That's not fair. I agree. The founding of the Van Gang, indeed it was. Yes, it was. So I was worried that like I was going to crash Chris's drone. So I ended up spending even more money and invested in, at the time it was a Mini 3 Pro. And the funny thing was, I'm 42 this year. Yes, that's right. I know, it feels horrible. I'm starting to forget my age, which is a bad sign. He looks older than you. Oh, don't say that to him. I'm lucky I've got like the half Irish genes, you know? Well, that's the beauty, Texas. I mean, you know, when you're with people that are like similar-minded, same kind of company, it just sort of like, it clicks, you know? And it literally was like that. I mean, the first time I met Connor, he's a really nice guy. Really nice. I mean, and I will say this to you guys. I know that it may seem crazy to think that the online persona and the offline persona is not the same, but genuinely, these guys, with the exception of Chris, I mean, he's a lot less grumpy off screen, but he is sarcastic. What you see is what you get with these people. They're genuinely wholesome guys. They're really, really nice. And I don't think you would be able to fake that on camera. So, like, just know that these people that you support, they are legit. They're the real deal. They're not narcissistic. I've never seen a bad bone in anyone's body. So, highly recommend continuing to support the team. They're all very good. And yes, Cyclethon 3 is just around the corner. I cannot say when, but I do know. Is actually right there in my calendar. That's a good point. I should start prepping things. Yes, it's just around the corner. Speaking of cyclethons, I've got something. Well, I suppose I can share it. Guess what? Cyclethon 2 might actually get released before Cyclethon 3's coming out. I know, isn't this crazy? Am I cycling? God, no. Well, I mean, you say spoilers, but let's be honest. If it doesn't come out before Cyclethon 3, then it's never coming out. Let's be real. I've been working on that video for a year. Okay, and when I say working, I've not been working, okay? Every time I started working on it, I got taken off it because there were more important things that we needed to release, such as sponsored videos that needed to be timely released. Like, prime examples would be like the Tsushima island. We went to the island for like 5 days. We filmed, and obviously the promotion of the funding for that video, God bless them, was Insta360 with their amazing Go 3 camera. We needed to get that video out ASAP because obviously the product's out. And the same for Mount Fuji. We went up and down that. That was like 4 or 5 days on the road. Not going up and down it, but we was in that area for that long. But it required release. I think I had to have that video ready for him within the week because he had the book released. And obviously that video was used to promote the book. So all of these things stopped the Cyclethon 2 video getting looked at, released. And obviously, as you know, Non-Stop North happened at the end of the year. And that was a whole massive ordeal. God bless. I don't know how we ended up surviving that, but... So, when is the Kyushu Van Gang special coming, by the way? Oh, now, this is a tough one, okay? Because obviously I'm working on all the big projects with Chris. When I was in England for 2 weeks, I did manage to go through it and start cutting up and editing it. But we still haven't finished filming all the elements. There's still bits that haven't been filmed. So although everyone thinks, oh, it's not out yet because it's not been edited, it's not actually finished being filmed. It will come. I swear, you can clip that, whatever. It's going to come out eventually. Trust me, it will come out this year. My promise. But I'm also actually filming with the lads. Is it this month or next month? Yeah, I'm filming with the lads this month. Although that's for a different project, so that's going to be fun. Look forward to that. Hello, thank you for the follow, Bibitibab. Thank you so much. Free schedule some. Yeah, that's the hard bit. Now imagine throwing in like locations into that as well. The amount of like scheduling required. It gets hard. I mean, that was one of the issues because I filmed Junk Food Japan. For those that know Nick, I filmed and edited those videos for the first year when that channel first went live, which is how Chris found me and I ended up working with him. And those were really hard because we had two people filming. It was me and Marcus. So Marcus lives in Sendai. I live in Tokyo. Then you also have obviously Nick. So his schedule needs to align. Mine needs to align. Marcus needs to align. And we need to either bring him down or we go up there, which is why a lot of Junk Food was filmed in Sendai as well. Tokyo and Sendai. But then also the locations need to be available. Now, throw on top of that, some days we would film so that Nick wouldn't be eating junk every single day of the week. We used to do it so that one day we would go to 2 restaurants. So even though it's technically 2 episodes, we would film like junk food, and then we would do the next day another junk food. And then he would have the rest of them up to try and burn all those calories off. Don't know how we managed that, but it did get pretty crazy towards the end. But yeah, managing schedules is tough. For sure. So, where was I? I was talking about the Cyclethon. Yeah, the Cyclethon 1, I showed up, I bought the Mini 3 Pro because I didn't want to crash Chris's. And the first time I flew it was around Wakanai. And as soon as I put it in the sky, it didn't focus. So I thought you can't fly a drone anywhere in Tokyo. It's not allowed, it's illegal. So I had no way of testing it until we was out in the field. And I thought, oh great, I bought a dud. Thankfully, it worked the second time, but it was pretty scary at that moment. And that was the first day. And that was me. I remember we parked up outside a farm, Ian and I, and the farmer came out and started talking to me while Ian was in the car. And thankfully, Ian came out and was like, oh, hey, konnichiwa, do desu ka? And he started talking to them, because obviously if you're flying a drone, you shouldn't have someone talking to you because you need to be concentrating, especially with like the phone lines. And at first we was like, oh no, we're in trouble. This guy's going to be upset because we're flying a drone and it's near where his land is. Turns out, lovely local fella. And he was just like, oh, you know, what are you up to? I was like, can I have a look? And we showed him like the feed. It was out of focus, but to him, and maybe he had bad eyesight, but he was looking at the screen like, oh wow, that's so cool. I've never seen my farmland before from the sky. This is so cool. So we got lucky. But yeah. Did I ever tell you guys about the insane drama that happened on that first day with the gear? Same in London, not getting to fly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, thankfully that's true. Right, well, Anne, have I got a story for you? Good God. It was on this camera as well. So, some people may know, we went from Wakanai to the first location, and we stopped at the hotel. It was the hotel the boys deemed the racist hotel. You can look up the stories behind that as you will. Now, they didn't have enough space for Ian and I as well. And for some weird reason, when we were cycling, all of the places were fully booked. We thought like the whole cycle as well. It was really hard to get bookings. So what Ian and I ended up having to do is we went all the way back to the starting point of Wakanai, the most northern point. So Ian, God bless him, he drove for 2 hours from where the finish line was all the way back. And then obviously that meant the next morning we had to wake up even earlier to drive all the way back 2 hours to get to the boys in time to start the next day's stream. However, that's not the stressful thing that happened. I'm getting like fucking flashbacks now, the scariest. While Ian was parking the van, I go into my hotel room and I put my SD card into my MacBook and it says, This card needs to be formatted.
Bruh.
What? I couldn't believe it. I was like, you must be joking. So I took it out, put it back in again. This card needs to be formatted. I was like, no. Bearing in mind, this is the one that has like the intro to the McDonald's, the Die Hard on the walkie-talkie, talking about the bear spray. So much was talked about on that day. I'm freaking out. And Ian, God bless him, Ian was like, oh, don't worry, mate. No, it's fine. Just give it to me. I'll have a look. It should be fine. Don't worry about it. Cool as a cucumber. So calm. So he takes my card, puts it in his MacBook. Yeah, no, this is telling me to format it. There's something wrong. Not working. And I was like, oh no. In my mind, I'm like, this can't be true, because throughout the day, whenever I've not been filming the boys, I've been looking at the footage back in the camera. So it must be on there. So what I ended up I had to buy this $70 program that allows you to go into your SD card. I now know in hindsight what happened. I'll get to that in a minute. But I had to go into the SD card and find the footage that was in there and take it out manually. Thankfully, that worked. So here's what happened. This is what I found out after the fact. This is what happened, guys. So when you use these cameras, when you push stop recording, you get this little graphic that shows it's writing on the card. Now, if you turn the camera off while it's showing that little tiny thing, it doesn't wrap the file properly, so it won't be readable, like the whole thing's not readable. But it does have the footage on the card. So what I ended up learning, this is the Sony A1. This is the flagship camera of Sony. However, I learned, I don't have any on me here. No, I don't have them on. Well, this is one. So different SD cards. Hey, Big Rain, thank you so much for the follow. Can you see that there? Let me put that on there. These cards, this is not one I use now. They have different speeds of writing. And these ones write very slow. Bearing in mind that usually when I'm filming the boys, I'm filming them, I'm not doing like little tiny 2-minute bursts, 5-minute bursts. I'm doing like 20-minute, 30-minute bursts. So it takes a long time. I think I have... It's my FX3. So I now use these types. These cost an absolute fortune. But they are the fastest. You can see it says read 800 megabytes and write 700 megabytes. Or is it the other way around? Yeah, it's that way around. So these are Sony proprietary cards, but they read and write super fast. So if you want, usually you would use these if you wanted to record at a really high frame rate and then slow it down. I just buy them because I don't ever want to have to experience that again, so that it writes on them. Thank you so much. Oh, look who it is. It's Premiere 2. How you doing, mate? I'm just talking about you. Go away. I'm joking. I'm educating the audience on how we get the sausage made. How's a sausage made? Yeah. So for now, what I've learned is these cameras, you can put two SD cards in there. You can see there and there. So now what I do is I record on both at the same time, simultaneous. It's what a lot of wedding photographers do. So if anything breaks with one, I'm here to learn about ducking. Can you hear it? Is it ducking, audience? Oh, of course I would say that as soon as the music's... I said, play loud. Yes, double the safety. Indeed, I say. I can't make you a VIP yet, unfortunately, Pete. I'm but a lowly bum on this form. I'm not even affiliate. I'm nothing but the wind on here. I'm a nobody. I'm like Oliver. Please, sir, could I have some more? Redundancy is a vote, exactly. So I didn't want to get in that situation again whereby... Oh my god, the heart attack I had. And I had it again. Oh, look who it is if it isn't Ian. Long-time fan. Glad I spent my monthly subscription God bless you, Ian. You know what? I was telling everyone, guys, that can you believe it? The first time we ever met was on Cyclethon 1. Isn't that crazy? It's the first time I met Connor, then I met Ian, and then eventually I met the legendary Premier 2 Pete. The gang is all here. Yeah, I can do my reverbs too, Pete, see? We can do reverbs together. The real question is, when are we doing Helldivers 2, huh? When is the Van Gang stepping into Helldivers? I'm already like level 22 now. I've got all the good guns. God bless you. Hey, thank you for the follow, Augmented Reality. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, eventually I was able to rip off the footage from that card onto my MacBook that night. Thank you so much for the follow, Electric. Hope you're doing well. And another thing happened. So even though I was able to rip all of the footage off of the card, unfortunately, it didn't rip it off in the order it was filmed. So when it came to editing that footage, I had to go through the entire first day and refigure out the order that I filmed everything in. So I knew, I was like, okay, we started at McDonald's, then we had some kind of Die Hard thing going on, and then we went up there. So the edit for that first one was actually quite tricky for the first day. And they ended up having all this drama going on that no one knew about, thankfully. I was telling Ian, actually, if you're still here, I was telling them about your reaction when I freaked out in the hotel room back in Wakanai when my SD card wasn't reading, and you was like, oh, don't worry, Paul. Just give it here. I'll have a look. Don't worry. No, it'll be fine, mate. We can do it fine. Easy peasy. Don't worry. And then you put it in and like cool as a cucumber was like, yes, this SD card doesn't work. We're a bit fucked. I remembered like, oh no. At this point, I was like, okay, we're fucked. But thankfully, I managed to get the data off. Another time happened as well. So you guys probably don't know this, but do I have them on me here? Is it these? Let me see. Ha 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 ha. So this is more of how the sausage is made. We've got a lav mic. We have a lav. So this is what I put on the boys when we do cycling. You can see how scuffed up it is. These are F2 Zoom mics, and you put the mic into here. Now, these normally come, don't clip that, with these mics. However, obviously they're cycling, and putting that on there means they're just going to pick up wind. So what I end up doing is I have these things. It's these clear plastic things. Now you may have seen these. Don't forget to turn on the record feature. There's a record feature. Mate, I don't know what I'm doing. What are you talking about? Record feature? I'm just letting the VOD handle it. All right, I'll show you ducking if you show me how to record. So I used to use the Rode ones of these lav mics. However, as people attest, they break very easily because this wire, if it bends, it causes it to break. So there were a couple of mics that broke, unfortunately. So I ended up using the official ones, which sound just as good. These are Rhodes ones, and you fit it into these. Okay, you can't really see it. You fit them into these plastic things, and then what I use is a bit of wig tape. It's this hard wig tape. So what you do is I tape this to the boys' chests underneath their cycling gear. And that's how we're able to get all the audio from them. And these things, these last for 8 hours. So the audio that you get when we're cycling, obviously not in the stream, this is for like, what's this? What are you saying? Premier 2 forgets to turn on the mic. Is that something? Admittedly, like, you know what, that's funny. All right, so for those that don't know, we did do a crane game video recently, and I'll say it's my fault. Like, I'll say it's my fault. Okay, so for some reason, I put trust in Pete to be able to push record on his lav mic because he was literally, with confidence, standing next to Mailing saying, no, you got to wait for the light to stop blinking and then it'll record for you. So you just wait. It's all good. Just wait for that. And I was like, okay, he knows what he's doing. So I'll just focus, make sure Connors is on and stuff. Turns out he thought that this, so there's a light here, you can see there, that light blinks, this light here blinks, and that means it's like reading like the information on the card, making sure there's space, making sure there's enough battery, and when that stops blinking, like now, he thought you meant then you push hold and it's recording. No. You have to push this red button for a red light, and now it's recording, and now you push hold, and now we get some lovely, delicious audio. But we didn't get that, so we got the true raw shotgun Pete, which is also why I always make sure there's a shotgun and a separate audio whenever I film these guys, just in case there's a Pete mishap. But yeah, so I have these on the boys, and Connor hates me for it because, unfortunately, he refuses to wax his chest for these streams. How dare you? How dare you? I'm not going to shave here. I'm a man. So he ends up having to rip out his chest hair every day consecutively. I think the last cycle was 9 days straight, right? So he ended up ripping his hair out for 9 days straight. What can I say? Just use a shaver, just on that little tiny bit of there. I think he secretly enjoyed it. So yeah, that was completely unplanned, but there you go. That's how I get the boys sounding as good as they do. You should. Oh, by the way, guys, they were asking us where the Van Game video is. We probably need to finish that intro, right? We haven't even finished filming it yet. Got any time this week? I might have some time in between editing Cyclethon 2, which, as I was saying, believe it or not, guys, because you weren't here, Cyclethon 2 video, don't hold me to it, but try. I want it released. I would like it to be released on the 23rd or 24th of this month. That's my goal. It does require a lot of narration from Chris, and Chris is always very busy. However, he has finally seen the first draft of it, so I finally got feedback on it after waiting for 3 months. Not going to say anything more. That's it. That's what we're going to say. But we might have a video coming out, so we might have... Hang on a minute. That's considered the wacky weekend, right? We are filming a wacky weekend next week. Not really spoilers, because I'm not going to tell you what it is. Thank you for the follow, Sabi. Hope you're doing well. Emma! The goddess Emma Thompson too. Thank you so... The only reason why I'm still alive today is because Emma... Shout out to Emma, chat. She made sure that my spotted dick did not burn down in Gary's kitchen. Without you, we wouldn't be here today. So thank you. Nathan, hey, you're the man. Sorry, Pete. You can leave now. We got Nathan. It's all good. But yeah, thank you, Emma. Without Emma, I wouldn't be here today. I don't think Gary would either. I wouldn't have been fired. You must be kidding me. I was like freaking out over the fact that she had this like steamed thing. I was like, is that usable? I don't know what's going on here. Spotted dick. Well, you know, that's the best time in the world. Everyone loves a bit of spotted dick. With extra custard. I say rather, yes. It's all good. So anyway, yes, apparently we're filming next week, Chris and Connor. God forbid everything goes well. I can't say where, obviously. I was meant to be filming something back-to-back with them. Like there was meant to be something we were doing with Connor, but unfortunately we couldn't get the thing booked in time, or we had some issues. However, there might be a cheeky little IRL stream happening next week. I'm just saying, quietly, you know. Maybe you can hear me, maybe you can't, but maybe there might be a little IRL stream going. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, you don't tell anyone, I won't tell anyone. Curious how many people you film projects for. How many people do I film projects for? Okay, well, not as many as people think. Didn't hear what? Didn't hear anything. Nothing, right? There's nothing to talk about. No one heard anything. Exactly. See? Silence. Golden. Love it. Obviously, my main client is usually Chris. This is your first stream, mate. It is indeed. Which is probably why it's about to burn down. Although my CPU says 5%, so hopefully I'm doing okay. How am I finding it? Ask me when it's over. For now, I'm okay. Not too bad. I seem to be, as long as my internet's okay. I was more worried about my internet more than anything else. Because my internet was like, I think I've got like, is it 100 megabytes in this place? Where I hear everyone says like, I've got 1,000 megabytes. I'm like, Jesus. The guy that we filmed on Oshima Island, Dan, God bless him. I don't know if he's watching, but Dan the man, he's awesome. His like Oshima Island department had like 10 times faster internet than me. So I was like freaking out as to whether this was going to be okay. Apparently it is. Anyway, how many clients do I film for? So we've got Chris, who's the main one. Chris is generally the only one that I really edit for as well. And I'm usually editing like the bigger stuff, like the Cyclethon, the Wacky Weekend, the Mount Fuji. Although, yeah, I don't think I'm editing this one that we're about to film on the Wacky Weekend. I think it's going to have someone else edit for that. In terms of filming, obviously I film for Connor. We do a lot of IRL stuff. Although we do have a lot of backlog. Hang on one sec, let me have a look. So one thing that I do try and do for the guys is before a video gets released, I always try and make sure that I store the footage on my computer for them. Just in case, you know, something goes wrong, like maybe like an editor's computer accidentally breaks. At least they still have the footage to use. So usually until a video is released, I keep hold of the footage in a storage for them. I use these guys. These big old buggers. They're not attractive, but they do the job. 6 terabytes of beefiness. These big old buggers. They're cheap. That's a company that I was filming for at one point. I normally put a little tag so I know what they are. And then once the video's released, I'll decide if it's worth keeping or not based on the memeability. For instance, if it's a crane game video, it's probably not worth keeping all those gigabytes. Whereas if it's like Connor saving Cahill from a fire, that might be usable at a future later date. So, but yeah, so for Connor, I usually do that. So we have, let me have a look here. Hang on, what's that backlog? We've got a lot of stuff that's not released yet. So, one second, guys. We released that one. That was the Cahill explosion. So we filmed the fashion live stream with Rinrin. I'm assuming, I think that went out already, didn't it? Thank you, Emma. That's very kind of you. We had a good time that day. It was a good laugh. There is one that's not been released. This was filmed September last year, September 28th. This is with Connor. We have another one that was filmed in November. That's not been released yet. There's one we filmed in January. That's not been released yet. We did the Aquarium video. I don't know. That's probably going to go on Iron Mouse's channel because that's Iron Mouse's things. There's another video that we released. We filmed just the other day. That's not been released. And then there's another one that we're doing at the moment. Connor filmed the first on his own because I was filming Nonstop North. And then I think last month I filmed the second bit. And then this week we're filming another bit for it. So yeah, 5 in total. So like you guys, if you're Connor fans, you're going to be eating good soon. They're not crane game videos. These are actual legit videos. Yeah, I don't know why they're not out yet. I'm assuming it's a sponsor thing, but yeah. Still waiting for that oil to it. Don't you start as well. Good God. I know that Pete leaked the trailer. I made that for the boys to say, hey guys, you know, we did something. You know, here we go, look, here it is. And then he went and leaked it to everyone, and then everyone thought, oh, it's coming out next week. Oh, I can't wait. Connor's videos always take a while to come out. I guess so. Well, I mean, 5 deep, yeah. Although it's hard because obviously he's trying to get the sponsors done. Is Chris going to release the Cyclethon? Funny story, Emma. We've spoken about this, but I'll reiterate it just for you because I like you. It's being worked on right now by me. In fact, before I went live on this stream, I was editing it. I want it out on the 24th or 24th of this month. We shall see. Because it requires a lot of narration from Chris. So the first draft was done. It was around an hour and a half long. Very long video. I think we're going to end up cutting it down to maybe 1 hour. Because I think over an hour is probably a bit overkill. Considering it's not easy to make a video that's literally just two guys cycling. As much as people like love watching them, it's not easy to keep that. Oh, sorry. It's not easy to keep that engagement of just literally just two guys cycling. And then trying to make each day different. So there's a story narrative that we need to get right in the beats, and then I add the music and the sound effects. So all these kind of things that have to go into it. No, don't be sorry, Emma. Don't be silly. Not at all. Onigiri and her fellow... What's this? Onigiri and her fellow VTubers were singing your praises on the clothes. Oh, right. That's right. That got taken down for some reason. I don't know why that video got taken down. Yeah, we did. That was interesting, actually, because we was filming in Shibuya Ichimaru-Q 109. Very, very famous building if you've ever been in Shibuya. Like, it's where all the fashion stores are held. Yeah, we filmed... The thought of filming in there was crazy to me. So we went in there, we filmed. I'd never met... That was when I met Reinho for the first time. And Numi, and there was one other... Oh, I feel bad now. I can't remember the names. I'm so bad with names. Especially VTuber names. Yeah, we filmed in there. They took us to each place individually. And then afterwards, I couldn't film at their place, so they ended up filming it themselves, which was a tiny part at the end of the video. Yuzu, there we go. Thank you so much, Beer. Yeah, Yuzu. All lovely people. Again, off camera. They're all absolutely lovely. Lovely. Great laugh. Great laugh. After that, I think they went and got some Ichiran ramen. That was really fun. But yeah. I think they're coming back. I know that Onigiri did a stream, a cursed stream with Numi recently with what looked like, what was that ramen that she had? Cheese something ramen. It looked awful. Like my cholesterol was just screaming just looking at it. Oh, yeah, you know what? I don't even want to look. I'm not going to look at that. Melted cheese. Ooh. Well, I mean, I like cheese. I mean, Chris would have loved that. Oh, hang on a minute. Cooking ramen in cheese? So, like, as in no water? It was actually cheese? 50 slices? Good Lord. No way. Thank you so much for the follow, Fabrizio Tomohare. Is that a Japanese surname? Tomohare? $50 cheese slice. I mean, you know what? I don't know how they come up with their ideas for their streams. It's absolutely... Jesus, not again. Oh, I'm sorry. Have I said something wrong? My bad. I'm new here, in case you didn't know. Whoa, Chris Hart. Hey, man. All right, guys. If you don't know who this is, go and check out Chris Hart music now. This is the man of J-pop. This is the guy that I used to sing with back in the day when I was a singer. We used to do... What is this? What am I doing this for? Stop that. We used to sing songs in Japanese. And we used to be mates on MySpace back in the day when I used to do original Japanese songs. Thank you so much for the follow Midnight Specials. Hope you're doing well. Change your name. Crazy, I suppose it's good content. Well, there's something chaotic. There's something fun about watching a train wreck, they say, right? So I'm assuming they've sort of like... Gar MySpace. Yeah, I know. That's how old we are. Know what I mean? Yeah, crazy, I know. Hey, I was around on YouTube when YouTube had direct messaging. Who remembers that? In fact, direct messaging was how I first came to Japan, because I used to cover songs in Japanese on YouTube back in the day, 2006, 2007, I think it was. And I had NHK and Nihon Terebi, two of the biggest channels here, message me on YouTube saying, "We'd like you to come on our show, you should come over." And I was like, bollocks, you're not real. Ha ha ha, nice try, ha 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 ha. I sent that back to them. And they went, no, we're legit, for real. And I was like, all right, well, you know what? I can't afford a flight or a hotel, so sorry, no can do. And they was like, no. We're like the BBC of Japan. We'll pay for everything. You just show up, sing, job done. And I at that time I was working at Uniqlo. So I had a Japanese manager in central London. And as soon as I'd said to him, I was like, by the way, there's this company in Japan called NHK. They want me to come and perform on their show. And he was like, oh, you must go. I was literally said that. And I was like, you sure? And he was like, yes, big opportunity. So first things first, I was like, I wasn't sure how to take it because at that point I was technically a manager. And I was like, are you okay with me leaving? Does that mean I'm not good at my job of managing, or are you just happy that I'm getting an opportunity? Well, you know, I was like, you know what, fuck it, free flight, let's go. So I went over and lo and behold, it was legit. And that show, that's my Chris accident. Apparently, yeah. Did you know Chris is Japanese, really? In case you didn't know. That's how everyone talks here when they speak English. That's right, yes. Every man in Japan speaks like Chris when they speak with an English accent. Indeed. So, the first show I was on here, it was quite unique because I was, on MySpace, I was writing original songs in Japanese. And they paired me with a local Japanese guy that was writing songs in English. So they decided to fuse this together so that I would write a song in Japanese, he would write English, and then together we'd write an original song, which I think is still available. It might not be available on the UK iTunes store, but it was released on the Japan iTunes store. It was called A Better Man. And it was, I think it's my name in katakana, Poru Barado. And his name was Kazuya Takahashi. And they actually fully released it. And the release that they did was actually the live version that we did. We only ever performed it once. So they gave me a week to stay in the country. I played it on piano, he played guitar. And they used that live recording that we did on the day of like filming. And they released that. So, you know, if you're in Japan or if you have access to iTunes in Japan, you might be able to hear a song of me singing in Japanese and English with a fellow Japanese guy. The crazy thing is that I don't sound like Chris. He sounds like me, right? He's what, 30 what? 35? I'm 42. He stole my voice. Technically, I was on YouTube before him too. He stole my voice. I think he saw me and thought, who's this peasant? I think I could take him. I think I should just steal his voice and get a better career. Better Man is also a Robbie Williams song. You're right, it is. I'm 42. I will be this year. I'm born in 1982. Well, hey, Emma, we know the struggles. Are you starting to feel your hips, like, not wanting to do what you want anymore? I'm starting to find that whenever I want to eat a McDonald's, it's like the workouts have to be like 10 times longer to overcome it. The hair, no. We don't talk about the hair, Chris. Get out of here before I ban you. We don't talk about the hair. The hair was in style at the time, all right? It was like an emo, like, it was spiky at the back, long at the front. That was the style at the time. These days, we call it the Karen hair. Maybe I was the originator of the Karen. Well, Nathan, I don't know what your age is, but I'm assuming it's younger than 40. So, hey, you know what? Mentally, we're the same age. Take it like that. Thank you, Texas. You heard my old covers. Yeah, I still have them on YouTube. They're still up. Google gave me, well, Tomohare. I hate to say it, but, you know, if you search a song by me, it's probably not going to come up. I'm not that searched for, so... The Sasuke hair, there we go. We'll call it, that's better than Karen. I prefer that, yeah. The Sasuke hair. Final Fantasy VII inspired, yes! Could be. I could have been Cloud. I got the blue eyes for it. We do, but my uncle says no because I broke, but what the hell? What happened to you? What? Oh, no. Oh, my dear. You broke both your ankles over summer. Was you trying to do a Cyclethon 3? Is that what it was? Do I make the sounds when I get up and down from the couch? Every single time. I make the sound when I pick up the camera, but that's usually me complaining about having to film Chris again. Emma is accident prone. No wonder you like Giri. You're like soulmates. Yes, it's the pride cheer. Oh, Lord Cube, thank you so much for the raid, man. I couldn't help but throw this up here. Who remembers that? Thank you so much for the follow. This is DX. Paul streams. Apparently he streams. Hope you're doing well. I hope you had a great stream, man. It's the Brexiters raid, blood. You feel me? We have to hang out again. I haven't seen you in ages. Last time I saw you was Artedly? Probably before Nonstop North, maybe around November, right? Oh my god, Paul streams. I do from this very day at 6 p.m. Wow, it's been an hour and 10 minutes already. Good lord. I'm not going to be too long. I don't want to be crazy tonight. So we don't have to... Well, I don't know. I mean, what time does Pete... There we go. Thank you, Papa. Yeah, Papukin. There you go. You found it. A Hoto Suru. Yeah, that was my own original song. I don't like that version of the live performance. I prefer my old one, but yeah. We need to get you to affiliate. Well, in order for me to be an affiliate, I think I need to clock a few more hours in here, if I remember correctly. So... Are you going to be crazy from now on? What does that mean? Oh, you're talking about the RV2, aren't you? Everyone still wants me to sing that. You know, that wasn't easy to sing. Van Gang vid. You know what? I need to try and pin a comment on this. The Van Gang vid will come out when it comes out, all right? First off, we have Cyclethon 2. That's got to come out at the end of this month. Then... there's another big event happening, which I'm sure you all know about, but just in case you don't, I won't say anything. And then once that finishes, I need to edit that event, which hopefully should be coming out before the end of that month, because someone wants it out. Lickety split, we need to get it out in time. Yes. And then after that, maybe a cheeky little Van Gang. No, I'm joking, Kai, don't worry. I'm joking. Thank you so much for the follow, Jeans. Hope you're doing well. I'm only joking. But it has been a while. In fact, I can't remember. When did we film that? Let me see. I must have the list here. When was this cheeky little video made that we did? Do I have it on here? I don't even have it on here. I have it. I have it on this drive, the lunchbox drive. I hope I have it on another drive. Otherwise, that would be very, very naughty of me. Let me see. Plugging in, bear with me. Hopefully this doesn't break anything down. Of course. No, you're right, Emma. I was on my birthday. That's right, we went on my birthday, didn't we? Let me see. Yes. June 13, 14. Why do I have 17? What did we do on the 17th? What did I film then? Oh, that was a different thing. Okay. Yeah, 13 and 14. My birthday is the 9th, for those that don't know. June the 9th. Yes, it is a funny number in Japan. They do the month first, followed by that, and you can figure out that digit from there. Although that was another interesting thing about my career was obviously, oh, you sing. Yes. When's your birthday? Rokyu. Now, in Japan, rock you, and then my surname is Ballard, which technically in Japanese translates to barado, which is ballad, which is a love song. So you can put two and two together to know what kind of songs they always wanted me to sing whenever I did karaoke here. Summer baby, indeed. I am a Gemini. Iron Mouse, a classically trained singer, was impressed by our Aerosmith cover of Crazy. Was she really? Oh, that's very sweet. She's absolutely amazing at singing, so that does mean a lot. I don't know how she hits some of those vibratos. You were born for it. Don't you start, Chris, all right? Look, I'm a cameraman now, hence the name Cameraman Paul. I don't do singing anymore. Well, no, I don't, unless I'm slightly intoxicated. Total eclipse of the heart. No. Although Pete has asked me to learn a song. What's that song he plays when you do your little train thing? There's a Ozzy Osbourne song. Is it the Chain? Not the Chain Gang. What's that Chain Ozzy? Bugger. No, I'm going to wait for you guys. Crazy Train, that's it. Yeah, he wants me to learn that to be able to sing it. Probably at the next event that we do, so I'm going to have to try and learn that one for you guys now. Just for karaoke, yes. Yeah, I just sing at karaoke these days. I used to do a lot of hitokara, like karaoke on my own. It's a great way to just practice because you can't really sing loudly in these places here in Japan. A lot of the apartments are too thin-walled. And it's also a great way to relieve stress. Paul has the voice of an angel. Oh, bless you. Very kind, Chris. I hope you're doing well, though, mate. We'll have to have a catch-up soon. It's been a while. You still in Tokyo? Dem great lungs. Well, thank you very much, Kai. It's very, very kind of you. I don't know why, for some reason as well, whenever I stream or go in front of the camera, my accent changes. Singing cameraman. God, no. I'm not giving you a reason to say, sing, Paul. Sing for us now. Oh, it's bad enough with the camera. Yeah, for some reason when I'm in front of the camera, my voice seems to be a bit more polished. Like, hello, how are you? Hello, hello. Whereas when I'm off the camera, it's like, you alright, mate? How's it going? Hi, geezer. Well, from Essex, we talk like this, you know what I mean? Ain't being funny, but, you know, we talk a bit like this. Hello, Trian, the Great. Thank you for the follow. Means a lot. Thank you. Do it. You do it. I'll sing after you sing, Hazardous. What are you going to sing? Actually, what is your go-to karaoke songs, people? I want to know. Let me know. Not what do you want me to sing, what do you like to sing? For instance, I happen to know that Muppet on that emote over there, here, he always bloody sings Wannabe by the Spice Girls. Bet. All right. Bring it. You wait till I get my little text-to-speech. I don't sing at karaoke? No, Teddy, you can't not sing at karaoke. Come on, you're not one of those. Every time I sing, yeah, well, you Blink-182, yeah. See now, Don't Look Back in Anger. Very good shout. That's a great song. That's usually one that I close the night on, if I can. For some reason, people in Japan don't think they know it, but once you hit the chorus, everyone suddenly goes, oh, it's that song. Yeah, we know that. To be prepared by the Lion King. Good Lord. Be prepared. That was day 2, right? Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Kawaii. Hope you're doing well. Kawaii capybara, yes. They are cute. The chat went wild because they didn't expect your level of singing talent. Yeah, so that was at the end of day 2 in that crazy place that we stayed in. I was upstairs backing up the data for the day. While the boys were downstairs doing their karaoke things, I thought, okay, let me go upstairs and back up the data, make sure everything's safe. And I came downstairs to get another SD card, and it was Chris, who looked at me when he saw me come downstairs and went, you should sing a song, you're good. And I was like, bet. That's the only reason why I sang. It's just because of the way he looked at me like, and I was like, yeah, all right, come on in. So I ended up singing Crazy. I can't remember. I think there was another song I was going to sing at first, but then who was it that had heard me sing? It was Pete and Ian in Oita. They heard me sing Crazy. Was that before? I think it was before, either before or after Ian's main song, which we all know is Karma Chameleon. Great song. So I ended up singing karaoke, and I remember there's a reaction from Ludwig just going, what the to Connor. And that was the first time any of them had ever heard me sing besides Ian and Pete, Chris, Connor, and everyone else that was there. So I don't think they understood what they was getting in for when they asked me to sing. So, yeah. Good song. Gets the lungs going. Thank you so much, Annie. That's very kind of you. Will there be another one in the next RV? Who knows? Ian looked proud in the bow. Bless him. Well, I think we're all proud of each other. Whenever we see each other reach a new height, we're always proud of you. Hey, Gourmet May! Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Hope your kitchen's still surviving. You haven't burned anything. Paul! That's the one. That's my name. Hope you're doing well. Every time I see your stream, you're always cooking something amazing. Kawaii? What's this about? Don't make me blush more. For some reason, my skin does look red, though. Don't know why. You're doing great work, man. Well, thank you very much. So are you. When's the next album coming out? Come on. Everyone's been waiting for you to drop that 1980s hit. And if you need someone to film the video, let me know. We can do a sort of like Ed Sheeran behind-the-scenes documentary thing. You go on tour, I'll film you, and then we'll upload it. And we'll get all the views. Have you been in the sun? No, I'm just not used to having a very, very bright light on my face for this long. I'm usually behind the camera with the lights pointing this way, not this way. So that's probably why. You're right, big range. Yeah, I need some shades. I don't have my shades on. That's probably why. All right, Chris, you let me know. I've got the same line. It's all good. Artificial sunburn. Well, I do have that like Irish skin. I think I mentioned it on Giri's stream. Oh, don't even like Cat. Giri's lights. I mean, you don't want to know. It's like a tanning salon. That kitchen. It just like, but it cooks you from all sides. She doesn't even need to turn the bloody stove on to cook the eggs. It just literally just burns them on top of you. But yeah, I do have that thin Irish skin. As my my great granddad used to say, he thought I was missing a layer. Thank you so much for the follow, MD Kaiser. I think that was. Hope you're doing well. I hope you have good sunscreen. I don't know. Do they do good sunscreen here? I think I have factor 50. Is that considered a good sunscreen? Mudan has a video. Yes, I saw that video. Mudan, how the hell does that man release an edited video a day? He is absolutely insane. Like, not only to come up with the concept of an idea. Yes, factor 50, good. How's my Irish accent? Do I have an Irish? I mean, I was born and raised in England. So my only instance of having Irish in my ear was from my grandmother. And she was always like, "Bejesus, what you doing there, Paul? Bejesus." That's like the main catchphrase she always used to use. Mudan ain't mortal. That's true. I think he's technically AI. We just don't know it yet. Technically, he might be a Terminator for all we know. I've got to hang out with him. I haven't even hung out with him yet. Mudan a machine or a cyborg? Yes, this is true. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Beats. Hope you're doing well. Hey, gang. Hey, Van Gang. Love to see it. More Irish Paul, please. Good Lord. Well, St. Patrick's Day is not that far away, right? The problem is, whenever it's St. Patrick's, is it the 17th of this month? The problem is, whenever it's St. Paddy's Day, I'm always doing work the next day, which means I don't really get to have a good old knees up. Sure enough, yep, I do have work. Damn it. I might be able to put in a cheeky Guinness stream. We'll see. Have a pint. Yeah, I'll have a Guinness. You know I will. Have I found anywhere that pours a good Guinness here? Probably not. Have you ever had a Guinness in Ireland and compared it to abroad? It's not the same. Mudan travels back in time from the future to edit videos because, yeah, this is true. I actually think he edits them in real time in his head and just like he has a little chip he pops out and puts it in the computer and that's it, done. I've had one in Sapporo. Was it any good in Sapporo? I do like Sapporo in general. I think the vibe helps with the beer. Have I? I mean there's a good Irish bar down in Yokohama that I've had a somewhat good Guinness. The sign of a good Guinness pour is normally they don't pour it all in one. They pour it in half and let it sit for a bit, and then they pour the rest. But generally speaking, I've had one in Ireland, and it's so much better. It's like water over there. There's something, it just doesn't travel well, I find. Hey, Anocam! Hey, this guy right here, guys. Check him out too. This guy's awesome. He films a lot of the stuff for Tokyo Creative. Does some amazing camera work if you check out his Instagram. How you doing, man? Shah? We live close by. We've never hung out. What's going on? I don't know. We're always so busy. But yeah, check him out. He's cool. Here you are. You have to let it sit halfway. Worked in a bar for a while. Well, Emma, you are just full of surprises, and I love every one of them. On that note, I know, Cam, you can entertain my chat. I'm just going to go to the toilet, and I'll be back in a second, guys. Bear with me. I'll be right back. All right. There we go. Back again. Sorry, I thought I'd have a little top up. So here we go. Cheers, yes. Talking about drink. Yeah, very nice. That's a simple green label. About this much. And then some Coke Zero because I don't want to drink calories. And don't worry, I'm not going to be sloshed. Oh no, yeah. What? Yeah, Emma. Hang on. So Emma, you broke both your legs, and you now have like titanium legs. What happened? Ian put me on. Okay. Speaking of titanium legs and like hips, only one ankle had metal. Well, only one. That's one too many, Emma. I need you to live so that I can live, okay? Otherwise, I'll be in real trouble. Speaking of titanium, though, who knows Nick? Everyone knows Junk Food Nick? He's going to be appearing tonight on Onigiri's stream, I believe at 10 o'clock. Who's looking forward to that? I'm trying to gauge here, Emma. You said you worked behind a bar. It dislocated and had 4 breaks. Was you drinking when this happened? I need to know. Geary Star. Oh, you can't drink? Oh my god. So you don't have the excuse of alcohol? So when you say you're ditzy, you really did... Oh my god, but both legs? Good god, girl. That's insane. Geary Style Chaos again, yes. Your ears are going to be blown out as well, because I know that when they were filming at Nick's gym, I was on the phone to Onibro at the time. I was lining with him while he was streaming it. And he was like, dude, this guy's audio levels, I can't control them. Because if you don't know, Nick, I don't know how he does it. He has this inane ability to just speak very softly. And then when he talks loudly, it just blows the mic completely out. To the point where I am the reason everyone has these, right? These things, these are the 32-bit float audio, right? I bought these first in the groups, and the reason I bought them was because I thought that technically this would mean it wouldn't clip and distort when he shouted. Oh, no. It doesn't work like that. Because he would shout into the mic, and the mic would go brrr, and then it would just show up on here like that. So I think when you're doing audio for someone like Nick, am I still got one playing there? I think I do. When you're doing audio for someone like Nick, you just have to point the mic down and pray. He's got a very loud, boomy voice. I can't drink. I'm on many meds, heart condition, pacemaker. Oh my god. Emma, sweetheart, my heart goes out to you. Nick is so loud. Nick is too loud, okay? I learned a lot about editing just from editing Nick. 2 mics, one near another. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what the shotgun's for, right? This is why his Itadakimasu is so loud. People think that, you know, the Itadakimasu is a thing, but like, I picked up on it very early on when I was editing him that he's just loud. So I sort of leaned into it and distorted the voice a bit more, made some echo and made the screen shake to match the feeling it felt whenever he shouted it. So, it's half him, half edit, but yeah. He does it with everything, even Umai. And these aren't like, these are just like habits that I picked up with him that he naturally does, and I just sort of exploited them more in the edit. But he's genuinely a loud guy, and I love him. He's my best mate in Japan. Do anything for him. He knows I'm there for him. Whenever he needs me, he just calls me up. I'm always there for him. And I hope you guys go and show love when Geary's on, because he'll be amazing on that show, I'm sure. Thank you so much for the follow tracks. Hope you're doing well. Louder than Pete, 100%. You will not find someone louder than Nick. 100%. Bearing in mind, he's got years of doing like karate training and teaching all of his senpai how to do like karate and like really shouting. And we're talking like massive arenas with no mic needed to just like get the point across. He's like really, really loud. Yes, he has that booming quality. Not to say that Pete is quiet though. Pete's pretty bloody loud. I mean, maybe it was a good thing that his mic wasn't turned on for the Crane Game video. I mean, maybe that was a good thing. He has good lungs too. I think... Was Pete a theatre actor? Nick's, yeah, his itadakimasu, his umai will make you jump more because you don't see that coming. At least with itadakimasu, there's a warning when he puts the chopsticks between his fingers. But the umai... Yes, Pete was. Well, then it makes sense. So, I wasn't theatre trained, but I did go to drama school and we did have musicals, and we was always taught how to project our voice because you need to be able to speak loud enough for the person at the back of the theatre to be able to hear you. So generally speaking, you had to learn how to project. So Pete obviously is a master at it. It goes wonderfully with his golden retriever energy, bless him. His voice does carry, but not the booming. Does Pete... I wouldn't say Pete. Mind you saying that, does Nick have a booming voice? You've got me saying that now because his laugh is very cutting in the trebly voice. Well, you'll hear it tonight when you listen on Giri's stream. Have a listen. He's got a very cutting, high voice to it. Thank you for the follow. I am 7 feet. You're 7 feet, really? 7 feet tall or 7 feet under? You have a performing arts degree? No way. So so I went to drama school. The reason I went to drama school was my mum wanted me to get over being shy. So she, forced me into drama. And I think it was during that time they did a musical and they made me sing a song, which is technically 7 feet tall. Nice one. Which is generally where I learned I had a voice kind of thing. So I ended up, did it work? What, me coming over my shyness? Not really. That's probably why I'm still behind the camera. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing here. I mean, the reason I'm in front of the camera right now is because people have been asking me questions for so long about how do I film the boys and what's it like filming? So that's why I'm here. But before this, I wasn't a fan of being in front of the camera that much. I preferred to be behind it and just let that stuff do its magic. Let the camera do all the hard work for me in a way. Although it doesn't really. You still have to control the environments. Oh, that's so cool. Emma, you just keep coming up trumps. You are 100% my most favourite person in the world. God bless you. You love doing musical. What's your favourite musical in school? Actually, to everyone in the chat, what's your favourite musical? What musical did I listen to? I used to listen to, obviously, Jesus Christ Superstar. You know, Irish family. I was raised in a Catholic home. I don't want to get religious with the streams here or politics or anything, but that soundtrack, like Gethsemane, that song hit me so hard. I can't remember the name of the singer, but the emotion portrayed in that song was just wow. He hits a note. If you've never heard it, check it out. Gethsemane. He hits a note for almost as long as A Lovely Day. You know, the A Lovely Day, that note. He hits a note, I think, equally as long as that. And it's just, the emotions. It's basically about Jesus Christ learning to accept his death in that song. So even if you're not religious, just look at it as though someone who's saying, I don't want to die, but then having to come around to it because there's no other choice. So he has to. So that song really hits hard. And then I think when I was growing up, Joseph in a Technicolor Dreamcoat came out. So that was a big one. Jason Donovan, of all people. Who remembers that? Was it Neighbours or Home and Away he was in? Hamilton in May. That looks good, Hamilton. Phantom of the Opera, another cracker. Dr. Yeah, these are all great, guys. You got amazing taste, guys. I will say that I did recently watch the Back to the Future musical. I don't know if anyone's seen that, but I didn't even know it existed. And my mother, bless her, she knew that my brother wanted to watch it. And she asked me before I went back to England for Christmas, would you be interested in seeing it? I'm like, hell yeah. So we went to see that, and that was amazing. Highly recommend it if you ever get a chance to see the Back to the Future musical. It's really, really good. A lot of fun. Maybe you can answer this. Why so many streamers have dark or low light background that is difficult to have a nicely lit room? Pretty much. I mean, my room's pretty big. This is my living room. Do I have my... Those lights are on pretty high right now. I've got my hue lights. Let me see if I can make it any brighter. That's as bright as my room gets. Literally, I've got it like 100% on my phone. So you can see it's still pretty dark, even though it's bright. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Ward. So in terms of why people do that, I don't know. I guess because the light in front is so bright. Why they do it, I don't know. I mean, I've not got any neon lights behind me per se. This space is just gagging for something though. Some kind of like, I don't know, Premiere 2 kind of neon sign. Maybe. I'm joking. Back to the Future is one of your favourite movies. Yeah, me too. I love that growing up, man. And number 2. Number 3, I watched it in the cinema when I was a kid. Wasn't a huge fan of it. It was good, but it wasn't great. Oh, really, Emma? You don't want to see your room? Okay. We need a neon camera. Well, we'll work on that and see what we can do. The key light is much brighter. I think that's why, yeah. I mean, I've literally just got this one light here, which is a Xeon G60 on me. Thank you so much for the follow. Zstress? Excelstress? Technically, I should have another light here. This is the key light. I should have a fill light here, but meh, it's like more power that I need to do this stream. In which case, also, I don't even know how this camera's holding up, because technically... Oh, it's doing okay. It's not that hot. This is an A1. It doesn't have any fan built in, so technically this could die from overheating at some point. I mean, we've been live for 1 hour and 38 minutes, so time will tell. Jason Donovan is playing Frankenfurter in the current Melbourne run. Oh, really? No way! Oh, that's so wonderful to hear him still doing stuff. So he went back to Melbourne, did he? Did he not live in England for a bit? Jason Donovan. He was so big growing up. Him and Kylie Minogue. Especially for you. Showing my age there. He's 55. Still looks great for his age, bless him. When you get set up for regular streaming, you get regular streaming. Whoa, hold on now. We're not going to go that far yet. This is my living space. I don't want to end up like Giri. Good God. You know that place that Mudan showed you? That's their actual kitchen. Can you imagine having a kitchen like that? Every time you want to like cook an omelette, you've got that in front of you. Once a month would be fine. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to try, if I can, once a week. Ideally, what I want to do with these streams, it would be nice for me to set a goal and say, I need to finish editing my work by, let's say, 6 p.m. so that I'm able to stream. It just gives me a reason to be a bit more efficient with my time, because at the moment I find that I'm being a bit dilly-dally because I don't really have a deadline. I can wake up whenever I want. My bio says weekly. Yeah, that was probably from 4 years ago, and I didn't properly update it. You know what? You know, you sort of like, you say what you're going to do, and then you figure it out as you go along. I'll try maybe to see if I can do weekly. I mean, if it's possible, I'd like to, but it depends, because like, for instance, next week, I'm not in my apartment for 5 days. So it makes it a little bit hard for me to be able to stream consistently, but I'll try. Oh my God, I just did a Chrisism. Yeah, so anyone that watches Chris, I've got a drinking game for you. Don't do it, because you will die in Minecraft. Apparently you're not allowed to say that or something, right? So, I try and edit these out, but whenever you watch a video, try and see how many times you hear him say, butter. Butter. Now, he doesn't say it the way you would think the word butter. Well, that's a silly thing. Why would he say butter? Well, he actually says, but, It's a little game I was playing on the last Non-Stop North. He says it quite a lot. It's almost up there with Connor's insane. This is insane. Because Connor does use that word a lot. That's very Kent. I don't know. I mean, I use it a lot too. Mind you, I've seen Charlotte using it a lot now. We actually filmed recently. Oh, the video went live now, didn't it? Hang on. I don't want to say it if it hasn't gone live. I believe it's gone live. Let me double checky on his second channel. It is good. Right. If you haven't watched it, I highly recommend checking it out. We went to Akita. Me, Chris, and Charla. It was a great video. It was a really great experience. We was there for 2 or 3 days filming. It was with Tokyo Creative. My first time filming and working with Tokyo Creative. And Cam, if you're still here, he obviously knows them. He works with them a lot. And it was a really, really fun experience. We didn't go there during the height of the snow, so we didn't get the most amazing shots, unfortunately. But it was fun. And the video was great. I think it came out really well. I'm really happy with how it came out. So hopefully, guys, you can watch it. Originally, I thought maybe it would go on the first channel, but I think because we'd already been to Akita so soon, we decided to put it on the second channel. That's always the tricky thing as to which channel things go on, so. I was meant to be on that shoot. I got sent to Fukushima and said, well, I hope you had an amazing shoot, sir. Just curious, Paul, do you leave any Easter eggs in the videos you edit for Chris? I used to. Do I still do it? Not like Mudan levels where he's like crazy. I would never put myself in a video. I did used to have a sound effect that I used to put in every single video I ever made. It was like a DJ scratch, like a rip, and that was kind of like a signature of mine. Hey, Lexi, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. I did used to have this little DJ scratch sound that I used to put in a lot of my stuff. I don't tend to use that as much anymore. I know Chris used to like using an elephant trumpet. Hello, Pao Naudin. Pao Naudin, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Hey, I didn't know you were streaming. Well, now you know. Welcome to the party, pal. It was an interesting experience. What am I saying? No, I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about Easter eggs in videos. No, I don't do Easter eggs in videos. I used to stop doing it. Used to have a soundtrack or a sound effect that I used to put in everything. I stopped doing it because remembering to do it is always the tricky part. For instance, in Junk Food Japan, if you watch the first episodes of Junk Food Japan, I always made sure I had like a little picture with a subscribe. I used to leave it, but not make it too obvious. And I always found that was fun. Rather than doing like a CTA, call to action, pop-up window saying, subscribe, you must join. I used to leave like this picture frame somewhere out of shot, maybe slightly blurred, that would have his logo and like subscribe and leave a like. And I used to enjoy doing that, but I don't. Oh, butter, there's another butter. I don't do it anymore. You have evolved. Yeah, maybe that's true. I mean, it's different with Chris. I find that the videos that I end up doing with Chris, they're a lot more. I really enjoy when we do projects that have a bit of a sort of not a documentary feel, but a story feel to them. Case in point, probably my most favorite video that I did with him last year was probably Mount Fuji. Partly because I got to edit as soon as we finished it, because it had to go out soon. Pardon me. But more importantly, it had that story arc. There was that growth, like joking around at the start, and then once we got to the top, there was that sense of accomplishment. And God bless him, Natsuki, getting to the top at his age and seeing that sunrise. And there was a real camaraderie between everyone that went up. There was it was obviously Ian, Ellen, Dave, Chris. You know, we was all there together. Actually, at the top, it was never released, but I did actually send a little happy birthday message over to Connor. When we was actually at the top of Mount Fuji, it was Connor's birthday. So I made sure we got together and we filmed a happy birthday message to Connor at the very top. And I didn't know this at the time, but I said, Natsuki, come here. It's Connor's birthday. Say happy birthday, Connor. And I didn't know this, but he was like, oh, big dick man. Happy birthday, big dick man. I didn't know this was a thing. Apparently that's what he calls him after, I think it was the first, was it a Wacky Weekend video or something he filmed with him? So he said, I think he said, Watashi no chinchin wa oki desu, something like that to him. So yeah. So that's now Natsuki's nickname. Bulgely, there you go. Yeah, he was Bulgely. So that became his phrase. But yeah, that was a really wonderful experience, and I love having those story beats in editing where I get to have a bit of fun, a bit of slapstick comedy, but then there's always that moment that grounds it. Even like the first Cyclethon video when I edited that, there was a moment we was filming at a bus, which like it was the Totoro bus, I think it was. And then he went to show off this luscious green field, just like Wales, as Chris does. He wants to say stuff to Connor. And I could have made that a funny comment. I could have made it slapstick and silly. But I remember hearing Connor at the time saying it reminded him of home. And for me in that moment, I was like, oh, I feel that. That's not really funny. That's something that's quite like, I think anyone that's lived in a country that's not really where they was raised, they feel that moment where they haven't been home for a while. And it weighs heavy on you sometimes. And I felt that in that moment. So rather than sort of like make it silly and jokey, I decided to pick a song that was a bit more, a bit more grounded in like, oh wow, yeah, there's a moment. And then obviously you bring back the slapstick. And that's where the power of music can come in for these edited videos that we make, is it just enhances those moments on videos. Nostalgic and homesick, exactly. And yeah, the second Cyclethon definitely was anything but that. That was just pure pain. I feel sorry for everyone on that. It was a horrible experience, especially for the boys, bless them, and probably why Chris ended up listening to a Stalin book throughout. Oh, God bless you. Thank you. You're very kind. You're very kind. I do try to learn. As I say, I grew up listening to and falling asleep to director's commentaries on DVDs. So I'll be honest with you, throughout most of my younger years, I worked at HMV, which is his master's voice. For those that don't know that, that's like a Tower Records. And all of my income went back into the store. I think it ended up being about 3,000 DVDs, somewhere in that range. I literally just used to buy DVDs and just watch movies, TV shows, director's commentaries, behind the scenes. So when people say it's like, oh, how do you film? How do you do this? How do you decide that? How do you do exposition? It's just, I've just like completely enveloped my entire life in film from a very young age. So it's almost automatic framing, composition, lines, sights. I've just learned that through the years as I've done it. Another throwback, HMV. They had HMV when I first came here 10 years ago. I don't know if it's still here, but yeah. You work for a Disney store on Oxford Street. Oh, that's cool. Lord of the Rings director's DVDs. Yes, it is. I have seen it. Of course, I have the extended versions. I even had the version that came with the pillars, with the bookend pillars. I got that when I came back to England last year. No, you spelt it right. I was just remembering the RV stream was great. What's that? What made you give up on the anime hair you used to have 15 years ago? Honestly, I got sick and tired of having to style it. The fact that the front had to be straightened and then the back had to be spiked up. And honestly, it's like I think I used to use very, very heavy wax. And putting wax in your hair every day meant you had to wash it every day. It was just horrible. Absolutely I didn't like it. It always felt gross. A man of taste, indeed. That was such a mood. Yeah, well, we all go through that phase, and if you haven't, then come on, you haven't lived. Come on. Everyone has to have an emo phase at least once in their life, right? No, just me? Okay. That was during the My Chemical Romance phase, I think. Try having half purple hair. Well, I'm not a Twitch affiliate yet, so I can't do the purple hair. Not that I would do purple hair if I was a Twitch affiliate, no thank you very much, but still, you do you. I went through your YouTube rabbit hole a while ago. I have a rabbit hole? I wasn't expecting that. I watched all the theatrical versions with my wife and she said, it's all right. Then I finally tricked her to watch the extended version. Thank God, otherwise that marriage would have been in shatters. I mean, I'm like flabbergasted that someone was okay with watching through the entire extended edition, though. because it's not, you know, it's not easy. That's like a whole weekend you have to reserve for that, right? Isn't that like, what is it? Is it 5 hours per movie? 5 or 6? It is a better experience, I do agree. I'm still surprised at some of the scenes that they cut out of the extended version. Am I still writing songs every now and then, or I'm kind of past it, to be honest. Annoyingly, a lot of the software that I used to use to write my music, I spent a lot of money on that, thousands and thousands. I didn't. If you've ever made music, you know samples take up a ridiculous amount of drive space, and I don't have the luxury of having enough drive space to maintain those samples. So I had to get rid of a lot of the stuff I used to use to make music to make room for stuff for videos. So no, I don't really make music anymore, unfortunately. I did used to love making music. It is a passion that I unfortunately I just sort of fell out of love with. Honestly, like, it's one of those situations whereby when you're doing it as a job, it's a lot less enjoyable as when you're doing it for fun. And my job at the time was being a songwriter, and I would have to write songs that people wanted. Like, let's say they would say, can you write a song like Dua Lipa's song here? Or I need you to write a song like The Weeknd's new song. So I would never end up being able to have that creative spark where I'm writing a song that's something for me, right? You know, something I enjoy. It always ended up being someone else's personality or vibe. So yeah, I kind of fell out of love with it. After a few years of doing that, you kind of grow out of it. Music software is very, very expensive. You're damn right. So is camera gear. Need one of those NASA storages. Yeah, I kind of do at the moment. I showed it earlier on stream. Currently, because I have so many clients, I use these 6 terabyte drives to back up data at the moment. Unless I'm editing, in which case, of course, I edit on an NVMe drive to get the fastest sound. Actually, speaking of my ADHD, someone did ask that question a long time ago. How many clients do I work for? I don't think I actually answered that question. Chris is my main client because I edit for him as well. Connor is a very, very close second. He doesn't really need me that much, technically, because a lot of what he does is just sitting down like this and talking in the camera, so he doesn't really need me to film him. Then we have a lot of people from Geeks Plus, I guess. Onigiri doesn't really need me anymore, because like Onibro's sort of like taken over the reign of Cameraman, so they don't really use me anymore as much. Much to my sadness, they don't need me. He's got the chicken head camera now. For shame. He's gone the DJI route. She needed you for the spotted dick. Well, that was different. I was in front of the camera for the spotted dick. And thanks to Emma, in case you didn't notice, she's the reason that we survived that stream. Because that could have gone horribly wrong. I did actually bring another recipe we didn't end up doing called satay dango for that. It was inspired by the satay chicken that you can get. It's like peanut butter chicken. And when I was in a store, they didn't sell chicken. So I just took like the nikudango balls and started mixing it with that and combining it and found my little dish. I don't know, maybe if there's another stream with her, we'll try and do that again. We'll see. If I dare step foot in that house again. If I'm invited in that house again. I might not be, who knows? The video is not on YouTube, so... I think you'd be great cooking with Giri, Emma. As long as you're the one cooking and she's just watching chat, I think that's a good deal. Oh, sorry, Saud. Yeah, true drum kits and sounds take up a lot, especially the stuff I was using. So I was using East-West Sounds. If you don't know, they're the kind of samples that you would get if you was doing orchestral work. My main genre that I loved doing was classical orchestra. Whenever you heard a song by me, I usually had arrangements with an orchestra. I loved strings. And in order to make those strings sound real, they used to use all different kinds of like samples of the same stroke over and over again. They're called round robins. So there would normally be 4 of one note and then 4 again of it being hit harder, 4 being softer, and then different lengths. And then you had legato, which means that it would go from one note to another, and each note would have a little sample. They just added up to be astronomical sizes. So it wasn't possible to keep hold of it. Hampesh, how you doing, man? Hope all's well, mate. Been a long time. 4 years since I've been here, I know. Oh, hello. Sorry, Kai. What we got here? Paul, I'm currently learning Japanese at the moment. Right now, focusing hiragana first, then katakana. Thank you. Also, thank you to Chiaz. Thank you so much for focusing on hiragana and katakana and not romaji. Do not go down the route of romaji. It's just prolonging the inevitable. It will be some time until I get to kanji. Do you have any tips for learning reading and writing katakana? I find it more tough compared to hiragana. The website I used to learn all of my kanji, etc., was called Wanikani. I highly recommend it. I'm going to type it. Wanikani. That website is like the gold standard for learning a lot of the things. Just it tells stories on strokes, so it teaches you how to learn things. And even to this day, even though I don't study as much as I should, but I still remember how certain kanjis are read because of that website. So I really highly recommend checking that out. Wanikani. I think it's a free software. I don't even think you have to pay. I think there's a website that's free. But every year, I think it's around New Year's, they do like a lifetime subscription. So like if you try it now and then at the end of the year you think you're doing well with it, highly recommend buying the lifetime subscription because it's just worth having. Oh, coming to Japan. Oh, fantastic, Emma. Well, we'll definitely have to meet you there. Somewhere in Tokyo, if you're here. Be great to see you. Amy and Barry here. Hey, Amy. Hope you're doing well. My God, it's been a long time. Hope everything's well in the house. He also thought about potentially having a cameraman film him during his IRLs because chat keeps having to backseat him when it comes to filming B-rolls. My God, that sounds like a nightmare. How could... What? Hang on. Okay, so can you give me an example sentence of what you would say to Pete during that? Hey, Foxy, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Foxy7 Samurai? Samurai? Can you give me an example of how would you direct Pete on B-roll? I'm intrigued now. All right, Foxy, gotcha. Turn the camera on. Yeah, that sounds about right with Pete, yep. Start from the top and go down. Move slower. Are we talking about camera work here? What is this? The crooked camera. Yeah, that's tough. Because they have to have their camera here. And it's very hard for them to have it like the horizon straight because their cameras are often like this. Especially depending on his shoulders. If he doesn't have boxed shoulders, it's going to sort of like limp down. So, yeah, he'd need to find a way to sort of like counteract that. That's probably why. Well, that doesn't explain it if it's B-roll. I know when he walks, he has a crooked camera, but that's just Pete. He does have a bit of a bowl when he walks. I don't know if you've noticed. He's a proper Cockney lad in training. Action 3 that I did not tell him to buy. I remember seeing that on stream. I did not tell him to buy that. Cheeky bugger. I have an Action 3, which is why he bought it, not knowing there's an Action 4. But I bought the Action 3 last year because we was using Connor's GoPros for the crane games. And those cameras are terrible. The battery life lasts 20 minutes, 30 if you're lucky. Quality of the image is way better, but it's no good if the thing just turns off halfway through a shoot. So that's why we went for I went for the Action 3. I think he still uses the GoPro. He should ask you what is best. Hate GoPro. Slander. What's slander? A chest mount would be better. Not really. You'd think that, but You would think that, but sometimes people play crane games like their body isn't necessarily facing, or they're not close enough to the machine. Like, case in point, go and look at Pete's crane game. He would do this. He would like literally do this on the machine, and then he would step back. And he would watch from far away. He wouldn't stand next to the machine to see what happened. So I think it's important to have that sort of window mount so that you can see into the machine. The hard part, unfortunately for me, is that with Connor, he knows how to use them. So Maylene can hold the camera for him while he sets up the GoPro. I don't have that luxury, so I'm normally holding a gimbal, and then the guests usually don't know how to use the camera, so I have to try and like fandangle a way to sort of like put the window mount on while I'm using the camera. Obviously, you don't see that bit. I remember seeing that. Lexi told me to buy. I did not tell him to buy that. Get out of here. Instago 3 is awesome. It is really, really fun. I wish the resolution was better, but for what it is, it does an amazing job. Yeah, Pete moves a lot. Don't I know it? The guests don't know. I don't blame them. They shouldn't know, really. It's not their job. It's my job. But at the same time, it would make things a lot easier if I didn't have to sort of balance a gimbal in one hand with that. So it gets a bit tricky. Those crane games go on for a while, though. Like, I think you guys were told before that they last like 3 hours, 4 hours. They do. They literally do. They go on for a very, very long time filming. And some guests get very addicted, as one would imagine. He is a mover. That he is. Maylene Beer, I swear, man, I don't know how she comes up with some of the things that she says. She's always got a finger on the pulse of some weird, obscure, like, slang thing that's doing the rounds. I don't know how she comes out with them, but God bless her. She's a one of a kind, thank God. And we love her for it. Tell us more about who is addicted. Well, I think we all know from watching the Felix video, he got quite addicted, considering he was spending his own money at the end. How are your shoulders after each crane game shoot? Shoulders not too bad. It's more so the back. It can be quite tricky because you're like that the whole time. Yeah, the back can get quite taxing. No, obviously nowhere near the level of the RV stream. God bless Julian. I don't know how he did that on the first one. Oh no, I do know. He had a little tiny thing that he could stick the gimbal in. But the RV streams are probably the hardest. I think I might even have a condition from them. I feel like I probably got a mini hernia from that one I did before, especially climbing in the trees with the camera. Looking back and seeing that footage, I'm like, how the hell did I say yes to this? It was absolutely insane. I was in the top of trees filming guys or trying to balance on a piece of wood. Nuts. Did you ever stop to play crane games yourself after a shoot? No, because I know how addictive they would be if I tried. Yeah, the lower back, it can get painful. And the front, to be honest. Probably more the front these days because the rig is quite front heavy. I'm trying to find a way to counterbalance it. So for the Aquarium video that everyone watched, hopefully, from Iron Mouse's adventure, I invested in a shoulder rig for that one. So it was a little bit easier, but it ended up being worse in the end for me because with the Aquarium, camera gear is not used to focusing on fish. It's not trained to focus on fish. So I literally had to manually focus the entire time. And in order to get a good shot of fish, because the windows are very, very magnified, I had to stand high, but then I had to squat down to the same height as the fish every time. So I ended up having to crouch down. And then because I couldn't let the camera focus, I ended up having this hand with a monitor, and I had to manually focus with this hand. So all the weight was on here instead of like holding it here. So it ended up being quite a lot harder than it should have been with the shoulder rig because I kept having to adjust the manual focus for it. No, not with fish. I think the animals work when it's like, because think about it, it's still looking for eyes. So with the focus, like if it was a dog or a cat, I think they've been training them to do better. But if it's fish, it's not as easy to see the eye on a fish. So like you had to manually. Plus, all the fish have these like crazy colors that like can throw it off. So made it a lot harder. Also thinking about it, the white balance in there was like a pain because obviously the fish is like changing everything. So it was quite an interesting challenge. We got very lucky though, because aquariums are normally really hard to get a good reception in because the water can affect the signal out when you're streaming live. Where we filmed, we got lucky because we was actually filming, if you ever go to Sunshine City's aquarium, it's on the roof. So we had a nice, strong signal, I think, because we was on the roof of the building for the entire experience. So we got very lucky, and they were an amazing staff, and that's very kind of them to allow us to actually stream the whole thing. It was really accommodating. They opened up, I think it was 2 hours beforehand. They let us stream, so very kind of them. It was an amazing stream. Glad to hear that. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It seems like a lot of people enjoyed it. I actually had a message from let me have a look. I had a message from the Gun Run. He messaged me thanking, he's saying everyone enjoyed it, so that's really cool. I got to have a little message with him. He's Shoujo, the dude, obviously Mouse as well. Lexi, I think the signal went bad because Connor's wallet started crying, knowing what was about to happen when we entered the store. If I had been somewhere in London, yeah, true. I mean, we was on their Wi-Fi, so maybe that helped as well. But yeah, I think we would have been, because London's got even more footfall as well, so that probably would have been harder. I stayed in the Prince Hotel in Sunshine City. Oh, that's a nice place. I haven't been there, but I've let my family stay there, and they enjoyed it. We had a good time. It was a good time. I don't know what the next stream's going to be for them. Actually, does anyone know? Has Iron Mouse requested anywhere else to see? It was funny hearing Connor say which aquatic animal he has. That was at the very start, right? That wasn't the lobster. So, oh yeah, look at this fish. It's lovely. It's totally delicious. It's terrible. All I know is that the Cyclethon is in April. Lexi, shush. No one knows this. This is not knowledge. No one knows this. Shush. I do know that the hotels have all been booked already. Iron Mouse spoiled it, really? Iron Mouse. Come on. This is why Lexi always gets in trouble. Really? Okay. I like him 1 sec. Just gonna make a mental note. Look out for Lexi. This one's trouble. Gotcha. Mousy can't keep secrets. Is the IRL setup the same as the IRL backpack, but with an FX3 or something instead? I will answer that question in a second. I'm going to go get a top up and a toilet. I'll be right back, guys, and I will answer that question. What's this? What's this? Pete has an Iron Mouse PC? Really? Is this on Twitter? I want an Iron Mouse PC. Then I can do some Helldivers too with him. Let me see. Has anyone been playing Helldivers? I think I'm currently level 22, I think, right now. The game is absolutely awesome. Democracy at its finest. Oh, he does. Oh, interesting. Ooh. That's very cool. Looking forward to seeing what that comes out like and how he ends up destroying the settings on that. You should get a booby PC. I'm not big enough to have access to booby yet, unfortunately. A cinnamon roll mousepad. Good lord. You know, I was about to say, does such a thing exist? Of course it exists. Helldiver 2 is amazing. Hell yeah! You don't have to be good at shooters. You can be support. It's fine. Oh, the Iron Mouse discount. This is true. Yeah. So, before I forget, the IRL setup, is it the same as the IRL backpack, but with an FX3? As far as I know, it is. However, I think maybe he might use more SIM cards. I believe he uses 4 just to be safe pushing out signal. I wasn't there for the first RV. I was meant to be, but unfortunately I was filming Chris. I can't remember what we was doing. I think we ended up... Oh, we was filming the Kyoto bar, so I wasn't able to do it. But as far as I know, in order to push that signal out, originally he tried to do 4K and it was too much for the stream, so that's why the RV2 was... It was streamed in 1080, but I did record it internally in 4K. So... for his backpack, he normally has everything set pretty much the same, but yeah, it's a better lens, but he might use a few more, what do you call them, SIM cards. However, I stopped him from powering the camera from the bag and decided to use a V-mount on the camera instead, just to give one less thing for him to have to worry about. So when it comes to all the camera gear, like the lens, the shotgun, etc., I did all that myself. Makes it a lot easier for him as well. It's one less thing, because it's one of the hardest parts is with the RV streams and the cyclethons is when we get into the hotel, I immediately have to offload all the data and start charging all the gear. It's like there's so much stuff that we have to charge whenever we do these. I don't know how much that costs him though, 4 sims a month. That must be an absolute fortune. You should get a booby PC. Does Booby have a PC? Let me see. Booby PC. I don't need to look at that. Nope. We're not going to look at that again. Oh. Booby Vtuber. There we go. Yeah. Has anyone checked out the new song Devil? Who knew that Booby could rival Eminem for the rapping? Oh no, he hasn't got a PC yet. Great song, yeah, it's a good song, man. Incog on, yeah, I should probably do that in case I dox myself. Was it worse on the RV stream than on JAJ? Which JAJ? Out of interest. Any? The JHA is not actually that hard because, like, if you think about it, for Journey Across Japan, we're stopping and starting. There's no live audience, so it's not a continuous massive file. It's stop, start, stop, start. So we don't end up needing as many clips, or we need clips. We don't have as big a file size. But the cyclethons, they're hard. Because we normally finish or get to the place at around 6, maybe 7 at the hotel. And then obviously the boys want to relax, so they say, 15 minutes, come down the stairs. You can tell which one's saying this. 15 minutes. Come down the stairs. We're going to have dinner. Yes. So that gives me 15 minutes to try and offload as much data as I can. Then go down the stairs. And 9 times out of 10, I try and bring a camera to that as well. So even though the stream's finished, I'm not finished because I still have to potentially film them having dinner in case they want to say anything or in case the food's interesting. And then after that, I go back to the room, continue offloading all the data, and then I have to start charging everything. Now, the last Cyclethon, I wasn't using a V-mount battery, I believe, so therefore it was a lot harder because I didn't have as much. I needed more plugs to charge all the batteries, whereas now, these days, I use a V-mount battery. For those that don't know, give me 1 sec, I will find it. You can look at my amazing flag. My amazing flag that is totally not covering up a chair that's 10 years old, which is past its prime. It's a towel. It's a towel. And it's covered. I'll show it. Look at that. I've had that chair since 2013. Just like Britain. Under the covers terribleness. Yeah. So, it's definitely seen better days. I keep saying get a Herman Miller, buy a Herman Miller. And then every time I go to buy one, I'm like, that's 2 months rent or whatever. That's a month's rent. That's silly. And then I'm like, but it's a chair. You're in there. Like, I know. Yeah. Don't let Pete gnaw at your chair. That's a good one. I like that. So here we are. This is a V-mount battery, right? Massive battery. Usually, in a camera, we use this battery. Can you see the size difference here? A lot more juice in this one. So these days I tend to not use these. Well, you have to have one in the camera, but I like to power everything on this because with this, I can charge the camera, a monitor, and a light on top of the camera all in one. And this will last me all day, this one. It's never failed, it's been great. So I use these now, which means at the end of the night on a cyclethon, like the next one, I just need to plug this in the wall and charge it and everything's going to be charged because I just need to use this battery. So hopefully I have mitigated the necessity for more wall sockets this next trip we have. Yes. Claim the new chair purchase as a work expense. Maybe. I haven't filed my taxes yet. Oh no, that was already, no. The taxes ended December 31st, so maybe for next year I can do that, yeah. Herman Millers do feel great. I used to, so when I used to write music, the producing studio that I used to be in, they had a Herman Miller, so I know how good they are. I'm used to using one. Looks like a cat has been here. I wish I had a cat, Emma. I don't have a cat, unfortunately. I wish I was raised with a cat. That sounds weird. I had a cat in my household growing up and miss having a cat dearly. But unfortunately, this apartment won't allow me to have a pet. If I get one and they find out I have one, they charge you double rent in Japan. So we don't want to go that way. 3 cats, my God, I hope they're all living in harmony. And a dog, wow, okay. Impressive. Hopefully Chris will bless you with a Herman Miller. I'm lucky if Chris blesses me with cheese, let alone a Herman Miller. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Clandestine. Mind you, another thing that's annoying as well that you guys don't realise is trying to get rid of this. It's such a pain. It's called Sodai Gomi. And you have to call, I think you can do it in English these days, but you have to message the service, tell them what day, and then you have to go down to the convenience store, pick up stamps, and It's such a pain. You can't just leave it outside and say, take it if you want it. They won't allow it here. Just go to the Herman Miller store and tell them, if only. Does Herman Miller sponsor streams? I wouldn't mind a Herman Miller sponsor. Chris doesn't feed you. Chris feeds me. Connor doesn't. Connor's the one that does it. Chris feeds me too much. Chris is the reason why I no longer have a six-pack. Okay? When I met Chris, I will show you a picture of when I first met Chris. Wait for this. All right. It's gonna blow your mind. This is when I met Chris, I looked like this. That's what Chris does to you. He makes you eat cheese and stupid amounts of chicken. Yeah. I literally had a six-pack back then. I don't want to be fed. Don't feed Paul. I'm quite happy not being fed. Chris Broad takes a toll, man. BC, before Chris. Exactly, that's right. I sound like Pete doing an impression of Chris now, but this is literally how Chris sounds. Chris even does this voice himself. I do worry about you not getting fed. Don't worry, Emma, it's fine, it's fine. Honestly, so I've had this discussion before, and I'll repeat it again so people understand. It's the most annoying thing. So I don't get to look at the menu because I'm filming people looking at the menu. So I have to film them looking at the menu. And obviously when they're looking at the menu, the staff comes over, you ready to order? So of course they are. And they're like, what are you ordering, Paul? Like, well, I haven't seen the menu yet. So there's that awkwardness that happens. The second thing that happens is, if I order something hot, I'm not going to get to eat it hot because generally speaking, the food will come to the table and I have to film them eating their food. And they're going to have a great big long-winded conversation about the food or what they've been doing, what they've been up to. I say they, could just be one person. But generally speaking, I have to film them, that's my job. And usually I'm filming them until they finish, in which case, by the time they finish, they're going to settle and then they're going to want to leave. At that point, I'm then going to start eating my cold food and they have to wait for me. The client, it's wrong that the client has to wait for me to finish eating for a start. This is purely I'm the one doing this, not them. They're not saying this. I'm the one I feel bad. So as a result, what happens is not only is my food cold, but I'm now making my client wait for me to finish. And as soon as I finish, we have to leave. So I don't even get time to let the food settle. I have to go. So it just makes more sense for me to not eat when they're eating. And then once I've got a moment somewhere, luckily we live in a land that has convenience stores, I'll just go and eat food at a convenience store, like a salad with a chicken or something. But it is literally that, because it's like, it's one of those things that, you want to shoot. That's what has to happen. Oh, is that a Kuroken emoji I see there? Emote, sorry. Kuroken! That man's awesome, right? Kuroken, I don't know if he's in chat, but yeah. This guy, Kuroken, he's the reason, God bless him, he set me up with, I don't know if people saw on my live stream, not my live stream, on my Twitter feed, I had a job with Metal Gear Solid, doing a live concert with Donna Burke, who, those that don't know, is the Metal Gear Solid singer for Sins of the Father. Massive song. I'm sure people know it from the meme where it goes, uh-huh! She sang that. So he set me up with that job. He was like, I know a cameraman, Paul. Apparently he sounds like Chris. Yeah, sure, fuck it. Paul, would you like to film for Metal Gear Solid? I'm like, yeah. So he's a legend. God bless him. And as a result of that, I made sure that he got his dues. So I managed, for that job, I actually managed to plug in to the NHK Hall's audio unit. And I got the entire orchestral version of, it's Metal Gear Solid Orchestra. I got the entire thing digitally. So I have the entire orchestral version of Metal Gear Solid songs at my disposal. That's one of the perks of the job. Obviously, I can't release it because it's not mine, but hey, I've got NHK Orchestra, who are amazing, by the way. Highly recommend watching them if you ever get a chance to. Yeah, damn good. Massive dub, indeed. It's weird that they don't let you eat on weeks when... Well, clearly, as you can see from the picture I just showed you, I am eating too much. You'd be listening to that today. I certainly was. I was listening before the stream. I wonder if I could throw it... Well, no. I was about to say I could technically have it as background music for this stream, but I guess... So what I want to do with these live streams... it would be pretty cool if I can like upload the VODs for people that can't see, because obviously I'm not affiliate yet. I don't have like the encoder settings, so this is all 1080 60. I don't think I can change anything. But what I want to do is take the VODs of these and then throw it up on a YouTube channel, like Cameraman Paul YouTube channel. So anyone that wants to see these after, they can. And for that, I'm using this music that I have. It's copyright free. From a great website, if you've never seen it, called Upbeat, UPP Beat. I'm not affiliated, I'm not getting any money for this. But yeah. Oh yeah, I can separate the audio from the VODs. Actually, it is separated. But, you know, for ease of use, why not keep it together? I don't give a fuck. But this music is copyright free. So technically speaking, like, even if I upload this, I can say, no, I've got clearance to use it. So it's all good. I do know. I mean, I have the baby version of what Pete's got. I've got a Rodecaster Duo, not the Rodecaster Pro 2 Deluxe Fuck a Duck edition that he's got. So it should work the same. Although clearly mine has ducking. If you stream more, you will need emotes. Yeah, I know. As I say, I don't know. I'd like to stream more. It'd be fun to chat with you guys. I mean, I really want to get to know the community more, because I make this content and I want feedback from you guys about what you want more of. Is there something that I'm not doing enough of that you want more of, etc. So, like, if I can stream more, it'd be cool. I'll try and commission someone to do some kind of emotes. It'd be cool. A drone emote. I'm a bit worried about my drone, to be honest with you. The last few shoots I've done, specifically the ×7 zoom on it, the horizon, like whenever I sort of like try and do a tilt pan, the horizon seems to go like that. So I need to look into that before the next Cyclethon. Oh look, it's me. There we are. Someone has an emote of me. I remember when that was taken. I didn't know what it was for. Pete just said, "Paul, look up." I was like, okay. That was in that place on during the second Cyclethon. I'm terrible at location names, but I know that there was palm trees there. Plus my You have a Vtuber, Emma? Hey, iVirus, please don't be a virus. Thank you for the follow. Please don't infect me. Hope you're doing well. Emma's a VTuber, are you? Yes, not a fancy... Oh, humble is me. Hello there. Yes, indeed. If you need drone shots of an area where you can't use a drone, you can hire me. Well, you're 7 feet. Yeah, that might work here. Yeah, I'll let you know. You're not one of those people that's just like, no drone, no problem, and you get a selfie stick and just run around with a 360, are you? Because like, ugh, not those ones. Do you have to register your drone in advance to get clearance to fly? Yes, you do. Usually we don't end up going to those areas, so but you do need to register your drone anyway in Japan. You can't fly it without registering it, and if you're doing it the paper trail way, which is what I do, it takes like a month to get clearance, because you have to get a registered ID code that you have to stick on your drone. Actually, I recommend there's Julian, for those that know Cameraman Julian. He has a YouTube channel called Kantan Japan, and And he made a video all about this. Let me see what the title is. Flying a drone in Japan 2022, but the rules are still the same. They've not changed since. But yeah, flying a drone in Japan 2022, watch before you fly. And he goes over the whole process, and I highly recommend watching that. He does a really good video breaking down, if you want to fly a drone in Japan, how you can do it. But I use this app. It's quite funny because I remember Onibro. Was it Onibro or was it Onigiri? It was one of them messaging me saying, "We're going to Mount Fuji. Can we fly a drone? It's going to be awesome." And I was like, "Where are you staying?" And they told me it was the stream that they did with like the girls, and I literally showed them like where they were staying on this map that they have. There's an official map you can get. It's if you go on, I've got an iPhone. If you've got it, it's called Drone Maps. Huh. Simple. And it tells you where you can fly a drone and where you can't. Ironically, on this map, it doesn't have any circle around Mount Fuji. But Mount Fuji, interesting fact, is actually considered like its owned property. It's owned, I think, by the temple at the top of it. So it's called, technically it's private property, so you're not allowed to fly a drone near it. You can fly a drone around it per se, but you're not allowed to fly, restricted airspace. You're not allowed to actually fly on it. He looked like a minion next to you. What was the... Chet Rob's Halloween in Shibuya VOD from last year. Oh my god, okay. I'll have to check that in a minute. But yeah, so look at Tokyo. You can see all that red. That means you're not allowed to fly any drones anywhere there. I'm not doxing myself, just realised, let me check that. Also, these marks here, that means that's an airport. And obviously you're not allowed to fly a drone near an airport. So for Cyclethon 2, for those that don't know, we cycled around the perimeter of Kyushu. Look how many airports are around Kyushu. Now combine that with the fact that it was raining every day. It meant being able to get any kind of drone shots for this video that's definitely coming out this month. No questions asked, 100% it has to come out. It made it very, very hard. So this next video that is definitely coming out 100% totally this month, without question, that will be more on the ground. There is drone shots. Obviously, you must have seen them. If you've watched Artedly, you know there are some drone shots. But a lot of it, I think, is going to be more on the ground. Hey, thank you for the follow, Kenway. Hope you're doing well, man. Or woman. Let's have a look. You do keep me to it. You have to. Well, don't keep me to it. You should keep Chris to it, because he's the reason it's this late, okay? I'm saying it. Job done. Yeah, I don't want to dox either. I mean, as I say, that's probably the worst thing that can happen to someone who's new to streaming is like, oh, look, let's look at Amazon. Oh, there's my address. Connor's RV2 is not out yet. He has seen the first draft as far as I can tell. But I have all of it. Fuck it, let's do a live stream now. We'll do a react. We can watch the whole thing. 4K downscale to 1080p. What do you say? Chris is always Chris, but he doesn't stream. He doesn't stream, but he's a busy guy. I'm not even joking about that. I mean, you've seen he does, what, 2 podcasts a week? He films them now. He has to be on camera. I think last month he was over there all the way around. Cameraman reacts to all the time he couldn't eat. Oh my god. You know what? I've done that every time I hang on, I've got a fucking censor button. Oh fuck it. It. Well, that didn't work as well as it should have, did it? I've reacted every time to times that I can't eat. Every time I've had to do a Junk Food Japan video that I've edited. That never ended well. That's another reason why I put on so much weight, because the first year of Junk Food Japan, think about this. Fusk is fine, yes, of course. Or fizzle. Every time I film junk food Japan, or what, not every time, a lot of times I didn't get to eat the food. And Marcus didn't get to eat the food. So what we'd have to do is there would be... We realised we ended up having to order 2 of the same thing. One for Nick to just like get in straight away, and then we'd order another one so that we could get the B-roll of it as well. And that's what most people do when they're doing... You ate the leftovers. I did not, because like, you know, you've got Nick's greasy fingers on it. I don't want to eat the leftovers. Get out of it. So what I ended up having to do was not eat, usually. But I would then have to spend the next week editing the video. So here's me. Oh, look at this lovely, amazing Wagyu beef. Oh, and then you just hear him going like, umai! And like, oh, ho, 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 ho. This is the best tasting beef I've ever had in my life. I'm like, great, yeah. Why don't you just off with that? Yeah. Thanks a lot. That was me. I was like living the life. It just, it irked me. So what happens when you film eating a delicious burger? Well, then you have to have burger on the brain. So I then would eat like a burger like out of like defiance. And one burger led to 2, led to 3, led to 4. And before you know it, I'm no longer 76 kilos. I'm up there at 86 and 89. Swap the talent with the camera for there. Wow. I'm not so sure the boys would be happy with that. So. I like the idea, personally. Just letting that. No, that's a great idea as far as I'm concerned. But yeah. Always feed and take care of a crew. I'll be honest. Chris does feed me cheese. Or yakitori. Which isn't that bad. Technically, that's good protein. Kinda. I mean, it's covered in fat. But, yeah. Connor, yeah, we don't eat when we work. But I do hang out with Connor. We do have, like, this special place we like to go to where we get good gyoza. Because I love gyoza. For those that don't know, my Twitter handle used to be I like gyoza before I changed it to my name. I love gyoza. And obviously, we have that with some beers. Chris being part of the problem. He's not part of the problem. He's the problem and the solution to everything in life. We all know this. We all love Chris. Chris Brawl. Oh, yeah, brother. But with all the grease. Yes, with all the grease. And that delicious skin. That's clearly full of fat. What is it with him and cheese? But isn't Japanese cheese not like... Oh, mate. Oh. Emma... You know what you're talking about, right? I went back to England for Christmas, and for some weird reason, my mum said she wanted Domino's pizza. I was like, what? Mum? You okay? She was like, yeah, I haven't had it for years. So my mum's a diabetic. She technically can't eat a lot of sugary stuff, and she needs to be careful with her weight. And she was like, I don't know why, I'm just craving a Domino's pizza. I know you used to have it when you used to live here. I was like, okay, well, you know, I didn't come all the way to England to eat a Domino's pizza. I came because I hadn't been back to England in 5 years. So the idea, like, I'm coming all the way back to England to eat a Domino's pizza, for me was a bit like, Greg's? But obviously, for the mother, we do what we do. So I said, sure, I'll order it. So I ordered it. I ordered the Domino's, and it came in. And I tell you what, it was like that scene in Ratatouille where the guy eats the ratatouille and it just transports him back to his childhood. I had exactly the same feeling with the cheese. The cheese in England, so much better than here. It made me realise I've been paying for a lie here this whole time. The cheese, the dough in Japan, it just doesn't hit. It's not the same. You forgot how the cheese was... Exactly, I forgot how the cheese was supposed to taste. I'm not even lying. I'm telling you, mate. Trust me, if you live in Japan, just be aware. The cheese is not good. You could probably get... Ironically, the name is Gouda. I think it's actually pronounced Gouda. but they spell it Gouda here. That's the only really strong cheese you can get here, unless you go to like a foreign company, and they're going to be really expensive for like a thumb-sized cheese. And fruit is really expensive. Here, Gouda cheese. So Gouda cheese here, but it's pronounced Gouda really, right? I think the correct pronunciation is Gouda, but they pronounce it Gouda here. What is Japan doing with all the cows? I don't know. They're filling them up for Wagyu beef. That's what they're doing. Well, you can't really complain then, technically, right? I mean, good cheese, Wagyu. All right, we need a call out here in chat. Would you have good cheese or good Wagyu? Which would you prefer? Nomadic Gaijin, hey, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to my first stream. Crazy times, crazy times. Okay, we've got one for Wagyu. Aren't milking cows? Yes, that's true. But, you know, you have to feed them a certain amount to get good cheese, surely. I don't know. Go with me on this one. Good to see you streaming, brother. Oh, thank you very much, mate. Hope you're doing well. I haven't been to an Artedly event since, I think, in November, but hopefully I'll see you at the next one, mate. The one nearest to my mouth is the correct answer. That's what... I like that. That was good. Good Wagyu. I'm lactose intolerant. You know what? I kind of think that I need to hypnotize myself into believing that I might be lactose intolerant just so that I stop eating as much cheese as I do. I have a feeling that that's a bad thing, eating too much cheese. No way you went to the same uni as Ian? Oh, hang on a minute. Are you from Essex then? Never too much cheese. Well, depends on the cheese. Come on. Yes, small world indeed. Oh, wow. I didn't know we had a bunch of Essex people here. How are you doing? I mean, I am going to fill this up with water now because I've had probably too many. ASMR water. You can't hear any of that because I've got the noise gate on. Hertfordshire, oh, I say. It's vodka, don't listen to it. Get out of it. All right, get out. Come on. It does look a bit dirty now, though. Dirty water. You did hear it? Oh, good. Wow, okay. My noise gate isn't as good as it should be then. How is the music, by the way? Is the music okay? Not too loud, not too quiet. Soft enough. Bijon for men. Fine for me. It's good for you. Who recognises that quote, Bijon for men? We can show our ages here. Feed Julian and Paul was the battle cry for the last EV stream. EV stream? RV stream, yes. Well, that's good to hear. I know that every time I stream with Connor, it gets like pumped out, and then Connor gets like, no, you don't get fed, Paul. No, that's not from the Modern Family. Bijon for men. Bijon for men. Do you know what that is? Bijon for men. I'm intrigued who can get this. Don't look it up. I know you're stalling now. You're looking it up. Oh, can't remember. I'll give you a clue. The character that says it, their name begins with J. Very, very big sitcom in the 90s. I think it was, yeah, the 90s, maybe 2000s as well. I'm going to look up when it was out. I'll be surprised that you don't know this. Hey, Kenway, 10 points to you. friends. Indeed. Joey, come on. You know when he's doing the old perfume? Bichon for men? Bichon for men? I remember the fragrance. Exactly. There we go. Any plans filming on Tsushima Island with Chris? He's been talking about that game a lot. I know, he's been talking about that game while not looking at Cyclethon 2. He only just got around to looking at it. I think it was February 29th. He finally looked at the first draft, and I sent that in November. You know who to point the finger at. Thank you for the follow. M goes east. How is east? Am I in the east? I am in the east. Are you coming here? Hope you are. Good times. There are no plans to go to Tsushima as far as I know. From what I'm hearing, there's nothing there. There's history, obviously, with the Mongolia and the whole war factor. But in terms of actual interesting things to show as a video, from what I've heard, there's no... Well, this is coming from Chris, so I don't... From what I hear, it's like there's not much... There's a ghost there. Apparently, okay, so we're just going to do a ghost video, are we? There can be a Halloween special then. There you go. We can film it in October. Is that when Halloween is? October? It is, right? October 31st. Have I played the game? No, because I do not have a PS5 or a PS4. I have a PC. So until it gets released on PC, I will unfortunately not be playing it. And instead, I will be diving into hell in Helldivers 2. Make Chris count the grass there. Yeah. See, the problem in this logic is I have to bend down and film him counting the grass. And I think my back would break before his mentality would. He did bring ghost hunting gear on the last journey across Japan, did he not? When he did that thing with Charlotte. I don't think they used it, did they? It was like a UV light they had. You can film in Kurosawa mode. I would like that. Black and white, that'd be great. No way. Hang on. Whoa. Coming soon to PC. Get out of here. I need to see this. I know that Sony are trying to be nice with them lately. Ghost of Tsushima PC release announcement may be coming on March the 5th. Well, they've got what? 4 hours left to make their mind up? Stay tuned, I guess. Well, I said they got 4 hours on Tsushima time. Meanwhile, Bloodborne. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you, Beer. I've never played a Dark Souls game. I know, maybe that can be my first streaming game. Shouldn't be, but yeah. I have played Hollow Knight. Great game. Time to start, you have a channel now. I have a channel, but I don't have, well, I do have a PC. It's behind that TV over there. So I normally have my PC set up like an Xbox console. It sits underneath the TV, I turn it on, and I literally just use it for games. This stream, I'm doing via my Mac Studio, which is what I use to edit on. So, and I've only just discovered like this whole dual PC setup, like dual monitor thing. I don't usually use dual monitors. I like everything to be in one space. I don't like getting crazy with it. But I suppose if I was going to game, I would have to bring the PC from the blackness of dark over there. Bring it over here, connect it to this monitor and have you on there. And then I'd have to buy another 20 meter Ethernet cable because like in order to do this setup, I had my like internet is all the way over the other side of the room. So I had to like wire it up and put it over the ceiling and put it around here just to be able to do this for you guys. It's not Wi-Fi. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Honestly, I like the idea of doing couch co-op instead. I thought it would be really fun. My original idea when I was going to do streaming, I thought it'd be really fun to have like, you can't see shit, but I have a TV there, honest. And I was originally going to have like a clamp on the TV thing and have a camera there. And I would get like Ian, the Van Gang over and we could just play couch co-op. with like the camera over the TV watching, and then maybe have like, but I'd need to get like a powerful enough like laptop to be able to stream from, and then we could do sort of couch co-op, because I kind of think I miss that about these days. You don't really get people playing together at the same time unless it's like I like Maximilian dude. I love. Hey, thank you for the follow, Shoujo. I hope you're doing well, man. I like couch co-op like Maximilian dude does, you know, where he sits down and plays like Street Fighter with people. I think that would be cool to do with the Van Gang. Yeah, yes, Maureen. Yes, I would love that as well. Who doesn't love Max? Max is the dude. Get a transparent TV and put the camera behind it. Well, that'd be nice. Modern technology. Or just become VTubers. There you go. Problem solved, right? I did originally think about being a VTuber for this. The idea of putting a camera in front of me was a bit annoying. So originally I was going to have like a red panda character that just sort of spoke like Rocket Raccoon. But this seemed easier. A Van Gang game night. That's the idea. If you go nuts with the OBS, well... There's the first thing. I'm not going to go nuts. A Mac isn't that great. Talking from my own experience, a lot of add-ons don't work on. Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm not going to go crazy with add-ons. It's fine. You know, less is more, surely. I literally cried when he won the Legacy Award in the stream. Yeah, I know, right? Me too. Oh, I felt so bad for Cutie for the audio. When they played that, like the montage for Max, I know the audio got messed up. I think he did upload it on his own channel, but I mean, come on, man, he's the GOAT. He's so cool, and to see like the humble beginnings of him and the growth he's made is so awesome. Unlike a certain few other people that I know of on YouTube that do fighting channels or used to. I won't name names, but you know, obviously I was a legacy channel, so I was in the know on certain people around the same time that grew up that don't necessarily have the same following as he does these days. Oh my God, there's a Max. You know this, dude. Max hype. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. You must have his dog as well, right? 7+ years. That's about right. Probably longer actually. I think I was watching Max when I first came here, so 10 years. There we go. Benny. That's cool. It is, right? What breed is Benny? Is it Pomeranian? I think it's a Pomeranian. You have no idea. Well, we will find out today. Maximilian dude. He spells his name weird, right? Is it dude with 2 O's? Dog. It just says Benny. Pomeranian. It was a Pomeranian. Oh, little dude. So cool. Actually, I have one stream I haven't showed you guys yet. So eventually what I think will be pretty cool if I do continue streaming, it'd be pretty cool to do reacts, like we could watch videos that I've filmed or edited. I'd love to be able to break down some of those videos for you guys. I think when I can have a feature where I can like give a voting system with you guys, where you can vote what video you might want to watch with me and we can sit down and talk about it. As I said, I kind of miss director's commentaries where people would just watch the video and hear like the insights to certain things. I thought it'd be pretty cool to be able to do it. I did speak with Connor and Chris both separately about the idea, and they said they was both cool with it. So, although it's a bit tricky because I don't want to. If I make a VOD, the idea of uploading the entire video of me reacting, I don't like that. Although I would be pausing a lot. You know, I've got to learn the whole Ludwig yoink and twist that he does. The idea of uploading a full video of me reacting feels a little bit... I'm not a huge fan of those, but if it's something you guys are interested in, then yeah, I'll look into it. Makes a good video too if you want to upload it. Well, I mean, I think for my streams, I mean, I'm not looking to be that kind of content creator per se. So these are just like shooting the shit with you guys and having fun, getting to hang out with the community and get to know you guys more. It would be nice to have a place that maybe I could upload the VOD that's not just on Twitch, because I know that this VOD will be taken down after 7 days, I think. And then once you get affiliate, it stays up for 14 days. So it'd be nice to be able to, I'll try and see if I can take this off after this and then upload it to a YouTube channel that if anyone wants to watch it, they can. Provided there's nothing embarrassing. Or doxing. Hey, thank you for sobering. Thank you for the follow. 69. You sobering on 69 or? What's up with that, huh? We need to know more. Also, what would you change would be... Ooh, that's interesting. Well, for a start, I would make sure that the SD cards are working. That'd be good. Just pause every 5 seconds and you're good. That's what I hear. Apparently that's what most people do, right? You just sort of like pause it and then talk. Oh, I like that shot. I like that shot too. That's a really good shot. Yeah. Oh, who made that? Oh, that was me. Oh, that's a good shot too. Easy react. I mean, I am reacting to footage that I filmed, but technically speaking, I don't own that footage, right? It's like I was hired to make that footage. I was hired to edit that footage. It goes on their channel, so it's like I don't want to be taking a view away from them, even though they don't need the AdSense money. But you know what I mean? You know, it feels wrong. More Van Gang. Yeah, we need more Van Gang. I agree. It's just trying to get 3 people's schedules to align. Gets a bit tricky. And plus, Pete does not live here. He lives like way out in China now. It's so hard to get to film with Pete these days. You record it while streaming? I guess I could record it while streaming. Well, I mean, technically I would be, right? I mean, I'd be sitting here right now reacting to it with you guys as you see it. So I think we could do that. Just make a mukbang channel where it's Cameraman Paul eating all the time. Good lord. What would I eat on a mukbang? Does it have to be unhealthy food? Thank you, Zeph. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Pizza Gyozas. Oh, someone's seen the Geary stream. Have I broken my little finger? No, I just have chubby knuckles. Although these knuckles are getting worse because I'm holding the camera and it seems to be causing blisters from holding the camera for long periods of time, so they get worse. At this point, Pete should invest in a private plane. Yeah. Or just not move so far away. How you thinking? Yeah, I mean, I'll think about it. I'll think about it. In fact, if you wanted me to react to a video that I filmed with the boys, what video would you want me to react to? Here's a question for you there. Not at all, Emma. No, I've always had like these weird, sort of wonky, chubby knuckles. I've always had them. No videos? You don't want to react to any videos? We have, maybe some of the first JAJs you're involved in. Funny story, I'm not actually involved in as many JAJs as people realize. The RV ropes course, I mean, I'm kind of gonna have like scared PTSD feelings if I do that. I've not watched the Van Gang behind the scenes footage. I've not watched any of the live streams of these cyclethons because they're obviously so long. But although a lot of the Van Gang cyclethon footage is literally just Pete and Ian talking shit up front while I'm sitting in the back watching the actual stream, making sure the boys are okay. The RV ropes course was, that's pretty intense. It would be interesting to see how you edit them down. See, I originally thought about doing that for a stream. I thought that would be an interesting idea, but unfortunately, I mean, I can do that if I'm watching the final edit, but I can't do that if it's the footage as a whole, because obviously, you know, it's embarrassing for people seeing multiple takes. Maybe there's something said they don't want shared. You know, I don't want to put that on the client. It's not fair to them. So in that sense, I'm not able to really sit down and edit with you guys per se, but I can at least like watch a video that is finished, uploaded, and show you like, oh, this is how I made that effect kind of thing. I could probably do that, maybe. The remote island. I was waiting for that to come up. Yeah, I was there on that island. Yeah, okay, let me make a note of that. The remote island. Good God. The one where I nearly lost my little toe. Hang on, just making a note of these. The temple. That was... The temple was... I think that was the first shoot. Wasn't that the one where we did this, the ice fishing? Was that the temple? Beer? Was that the same one? If that's the same one that I think that is, that's literally the first shoot I ever filmed with Cahill and Connor. Yeah, the one with Cahill. The temple. The island looked lovely and cold. The island in summertime would be amazing. Unfortunately, we were there when it was like -5 or whatever at night, and I made the very, very big mistake of expecting that fire to warm me up for the rest of the night. In fact, you know what? Screw it. Give me a sec. I'll be back in a minute. I'll see if we can react to this. How long is that video? We've been live for 3 hours. It's on the Chris Abroad channel. Japan's a bad night. It's 38 minutes long. All right, we can do that to end the stream. We can watch that and we'll talk about it. So bear with me. I'll be right back. Okay. So, how do we do this? Let me see. How do I react to a video? Give me a second. I do have a react screen made because obviously people know me as the guy that prepares. The question is, I don't know what the audio is going to be like. So bear with me. Take that off there. Put that up there. Right. So first things first, I need to explain something. So this is a react screen. Now, because I'm using a Mac, whenever I show something, I like to expand the screen to change things. Bring that down. Flop it up there. Lovely jubbly. Let's have a look, see. So if I make that there, let me just see. Yeah, that looks nice and big, right? Take this music off. Oop. Let me know if the audio is loud enough for you guys.
Spatula, you've got a bag
and if I'm like echoing.
Crisps.
Mystery meat. Yay.
I think we're going to spend most of the time on the island rummaging through the bags, trying to find out what's in them.
Why do we have so many of these?
Does that audio sound okay?
I told the crew to just stock up with various
10 out of 10. Lovely.
Yeah. He's like,
Nice. Okay. So, so this screen here that you see, it's because I'm expanding the screen going between OBS and Safari. So that's why I wanted something there. Nothing to see here. I wanted to show you something rather than nothing. That's why that's there. But I can now move you over to this screen. Ha 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 ha! Modern technology. It's a wonderful thing. And I can see you guys there while I look at it on my main screen. So, this is 38 minutes long. It's 9:11 now. The time. So I figured it might be quite fun. We can react to this, have a little chat afterwards, and then maybe I can send you on to Onigiri and you can check out my mate Nick for his first cooking. Well, no, it's not his first cooking stream. But anyway, I want to show support, show some love. So here we go, guys. We're going to watch this. And yeah, let's relive the pain.
we're going camping on an island.
Well, you should have told me that.
Big hungry man.
I took a bit of a tumble coming
The
down.
amount he ate.
These are my favourite trousers.
Literally wear his favourite trousers. He literally ripped these, unfortunately. And I know where he ripped them. Because I know where it... Can you see my mouse? You can. This bloody bit here, it's like... The slant is like this. So we had to go up there whenever we wanted to go to a toilet. And then we had to like come down on their arse safely to come down. Drone shots from the boat. Always a worry because when you're taking off on the boat, it registers where you took off from. So if I land there, or if it loses me, it's going to go all the way back to where we were, not where we're going to.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Journey Across Japan.
This was difficult. I bet it was difficult to watch. It was difficult to experience.
Non-stop north, 21 days on the road, 2,000 kilometres of despair. Now we're in Sendai, about to meet.
I'm surprised how,
great
like,
sea dog voice actor.
how
the most ridiculous
smooth
video
these shots are, considering we are in a car. So a lot of people may or may not know. I honestly use a side handle on my rig, and because the rig's heavy, it weighs it down. But having that extra support, I can film them from the side. And they actually come out pretty smooth.
A friend of mine who lives in Sendai recently discovered there's an island for sale just off the coast of North Japan. I don't know what the
Also, shout out to the editors of this video, because this wasn't an easy video to edit. This is absolutely crazy. Hello, Odsy. How you doing? Hope you're well. Apparently I have a stream. First time doing this. Be kind. Rewind.
Well, I do know that it costs something like $200,000. And they are very kind
It did.
to us. Not only go and look at it, but camp on it. Connor likes camping. Every day he's like, oh, we're going to go camping. I don't like.
Why is it always the same picture with Connor? It's always from the suit days, right? When he first came here with his dyed hair.
Camping, not a fan. But if he wants to go camping, we'll go camping.
He did want to go camping, to be
I'm
fair.
a little bit worried for lots of reasons. It's going to be cold. It is an island. It's quite remote.
So he knew it was going to be cold.
Bruh.
But hopefully he'll enjoy it and have fun. This will either be the greatest thing we've ever done, or in 24 hours' time, some confused fishermen will be pulling our frozen bodies out of the water. Anyway,
Felt like that.
Sendai Station. Hey, here he is.
Shaved his beard. He did shave his beard.
Wow, look at this.
You're on camera.
Hi.
You're famous now, Connor.
This is real, by the way. Literally, Connor, like, we I can't remember where we was driving from. Because this was midway in the, well, this was like, what was it? 4 days into the actual filming. And although, one thing I want to make a disclaimer right here, right now. Although he did claim 21 videos were going to be released back to back, day after day, we did film every day. Okay? We literally filmed every day. So even though it might not have been 21 videos released, we literally filmed every day for 21 days. So, like, fair play. He did, like, he was performing every day. And this is literally pulling up to Sendai Station, meeting Connor not knowing we're going to film. And this is, like, Connor just like, oh, okay, we're performing now, okay.
This is like the fanciest K car I've ever seen.
No expense spared for you, mate.
I know, right?
You know, best of all, you get to drive it right now.
Wait, really? Wait, why?
I think it's a show, brother. I think it's a show.
Wait, what?
It's cute. It's nice.
This is what I mean, like, when I say these guys on camera, they're the same off camera. Like, this is, you can't make this up. These legit. This is the way they are, the way they talk off camera. Like, when you go out for a night out with these guys, it's always fun because they're literally they're too quick. They're too quick.
Fun to ride?
It's a lot of fun.
Well, that doesn't
It's like a
sound
toy
right.
car.
Does it struggle on hills like the last K
yeah.
car? Oh, okay.
Oh, the last talk. So he's referring to the Oshima Island one when we was in a K car, and that thing struggled up hills. Fun car, super nice, but yeah, good lord, it was hard.
Crap we've got in the back. All right, get in the car. Okay. All right, I want to see you at the wheel.
I see you've done the Chris Classic already. You've loaded up the snack tray.
Every time, mate, I'm not being funny. We have this issue with the van every time on the Cyclethon. I'm not even joking to you. So every time we're on the Cyclethon, whenever Chris and Connor magically cycle away, for some reason, Ian and I manage to find what the hell is this crisp wrapper doing here? Where did this empty bottle come from? What is this? And like, somehow Chris just manages to fill up the van with just like shrapnel and God knows what else every time. Like Winnie the Pooh, exactly like Winnie the Pooh.
Stop, come on, we've got to keep going.
Come on, let's go.
And so, with Connor at the wheel, we head off to Matsushima Bay to begin our island adventure.
If you don't know Matsushima Bay, absolutely stunningly beautiful place. I also went there with Nick. If you go on Junk Food Japan, there's a video we did with Ryotaro. We went to a place, I think it was called Totto. And it's the only chef, no lie, that when we filmed in the restaurants, it's the only chef that I saw tasting the food as he was cooking. The only chef. And it was amazing.
Now let's see how Sea Dog Voiceover Man reacts to today's surprise.
And that's in Matsushima.
As to where we're going.
Steady, steady.
Does that sound like me, really?
It's not a rally car.
It's not a rally car. Does that sound like me? Do I sound like him? You sure? Or does he sound like me? Many years ago, we had a work van that was a Japanese import, also struggled on hills. Even yeah, right? You know it. He said, thank you. He sounds like me, obviously. See? I think he's secretly just been copying me all these years.
Come on.
What do you mean? I'm driving like best.
Drive it with some decorum.
Decorum. Wow.
What's this? While making shots from a car, did you ever have to drive back to do the shot again? You really think Chris would have the patience to say, sorry, Chris, can you go back like 5 miles and we're going to get the shot again? Do you think Chris would have the patience to do that? No.
Poor Carter to lug you around. Now suddenly you're telling me to give it some decorum.
Well, you know it's a serious video when Paul,
Oh, it's me.
the cameraman, is tucked away in the back of the car for the first time.
Yeah, what's up with that?
We're going to
What's up with that? Thanks, Connor.
film Connor being thrown off a bridge.
This is crazy they did this. I didn't film that. I wasn't there for that event.
Probably worse than that. So, you know how you always like, oh, Chris, I love camping.
Interesting story. So some of you eagle eyes might have noticed that I'm no longer wearing... Oh, I'm trying to go back. Sorry, Chris.
Actually, it's probably worse than that.
Can you see it there? No. This jacket, this is a down coat jacket. This is like every cameraman's bane of existence. They're so noisy. They just ruffle so badly when you move. So if you look at this series, you'll notice halfway through I switched to a jacket I've wanted for years. It's like a Leon Kennedy jacket, which is like the military Air Force jacket. That's why I switched it. I still have it. I still have the jacket. It's over there. But for filming, it's a nightmare because every time I move, you could hear me. And the same with Chris. You'll see he wears like a black one. So every time he moves, you hear his jacket. So like I said, get rid of it. And whenever I film with him, I say, don't wear it.
Oh, Chris, I love camping. That's all I want to do.
Yeah, I like camping.
That's all I want in life, camping.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
We're going camping.
Okay, well, you should have told me that. I didn't bring anything.
You've looked like you've murdered.
This is a bit of a white lie here because he had to sign a disclaimer. He had to just sign a disclaimer that he knew he was going on an island at least. Or maybe he didn't know he was sleeping. I think he did, but yeah.
This is really thin. It's actually not thin.
right.
You didn't. Why didn't you tell me this?
is like-
Is that a Patagonia? It is a Patagonia. Ooh, nice.
But
It's not a wild sheep before you're going to make the joke.
Yeah, you know that was coming.
You have some like clothes for me though. Do you have a good sleeping bag? It's December.
I got like a Amazon Basics.
The foreshadowing.
But it's not.
Yes, Lex.
It's where we're going camping. We're going camping on an island.
Okay.
Do you know Matsushima Bay?
No.
It's the most scenic, beautiful place in North Japan.
It really is. It's so beautiful, especially the right time of year. It looks amazing.
So we've convinced the owner of one of the islands to let us camp on it. So off we go to Matsushima though. You looking forward to this island experience?
Yeah, I kind of hope that.
It's a white light. Yeah, exactly. It's a white light for entertainment, so it's okay.
Japan in January and didn't prepare, and I
He's a showman. He knows what he's doing.
think it was.
Yeah, his Patagonia, he wears that a lot. I know he loves that jacket.
I felt like I was in the remnant.
Joey gets the best places compared to Connor. True, though I feel that, unfortunately, Joey got the short end of the stick this time because his videos, they weren't necessarily as fun per se. Like, I think you need a bit of that drama to drive the engagement and make it a bit more of a fun, memorable experience. I think his ones were very like oh, too nice.
Revenant, sorry. I'd like open up a moose.
And we are watching the island video at much request. My experience of pain.
It was really fucking cold. I was gonna fucking die.
Well, this probably won't be much better to be honest.
I don't think you realise how hard this is gonna be. Are we actually camping? Like in a tent?
Yeah, no, it's camping in a
You
tent.
don't have some backup hotel.
So I didn't know this, that apparently Trash Taste did this recently, right? Or previously. They stayed on an island and Connor was stuck on an island in winter or something? Right, if I'm not mistaken, this is where Connor first experienced this idea of like using the wrong sleeping bag. Yes, I stayed on the island. That's how we managed to get the morning shots. Because if you think Chris is waking up in time for a sunrise, think again, sunshine.
Like
No,
normal Chris
no.
movie magic.
Unfortunately not. There is no like sneaking
No.
off. It is camping
Why?
on. But look at the weather. It's just going to be good. Even I'm like, okay, I don't like camping,
Damn, weather was tricking us all along.
but this will be nice.
No, yeah, during the day it's fine. It's during the night where
It was a special. Technically, this is technically Connor's first time on a journey across Japan, although it's more like a wacky weekend.
everything goes to shit, you know.
Well, we'll have a campfire going and burn the island down. What's left of it?
No.
Connor kind of did. I mean, he had a lot of
There's a different
twigs.
pressing issue that comes to mind as we reach Matsushima.
Oh, this is just around the corner from Watanabe Ken's cafe, I think. I think that's close to here because this is the area. Yeah, I think this is. I think this drone shot was probably taken the next day. This is probably in Kasendama. This is definitely not Matsushima Bay, or at least not that day. Because we had to get on the boat ASAP. So I think we actually filmed this a day after. But it's close enough that it's Matsushima Bay. But I think I filmed this drone shot before we went into the the frozen fish lounge place that we went to, which was like absolutely insane, by the way. I went in there on my own, first of all, to just test. Like, Chris was like, you should check first. See if you could handle it. See if the camera handles the cold. Is it okay? I was like, okay. So I had to walk around that like frozen fish area. I think it's the next video in this series. I had to walk around in there on my own before we figured out if we could actually film in there or not.
There is one thing that's worrying me about the island, and I'm being like genuine.
Oh yeah, we filmed here, and then we realised that the boat that was waiting for us was in a completely separate location. But we came here because like the visuals looked interesting because I think they're mussels. I think they're mussels in the background.
Serious here. There's no toilets. It's just an island with some trees.
Well, I'm okay taking a shit
Rock it in with his Robert Downey Jr. glasses.
in the trees. You're like, what? I can't do this. Where is my seat made of velour? I can't do this.
This is the man that needs a bidet when he goes to the restroom.
I have the ocean. I can just...
So we're
What the fuck?
kind of okay, and we're going to hook up with the fishermen who are going to
Oh, great. Well, that's a good sentence to say out loud.
Yeah, all right.
some camping gear. We got like
Could you pee into the ocean or is it illegal? I have no idea. I did not pee in the ocean. I went up that, well, we'll see it in a minute. I went up that death trap of a cliff to go and like make sure the leaves were being properly hydrated.
tent. We've got a bay. We've got someone being minced up behind us. What is that?
I hope you got... You know there's a difference between like summer gear and winter gear, right, for camping?
This is the second or third time he's asked this now.
Right? I hope you
No, I did not know that.
Did they ever mess up a shoot by laughing? Of course. Especially Chris. Did you not see the Akita episode? I don't even think the amount of takes. I think he only showed like 5, but I'm not even joking. We filmed that. Well, let me put it this way: we started filming it. The crew were waiting to go to eat dinner. 30 minutes later, Chris still hadn't gotten the take. They went to dinner, came back, and then it took him another, I think, 10, 15 minutes. Because originally he was going to like swivel the chair around and say, hello, my name is Nazi Runard. But he couldn't get the take. So it took so many takes. I do have them all still. Look at this. Oh my God, OBS. I'm sorry. I'm using, sorry, Lexi and Fabrico, etc. I've got shield mode on. So it's saying that like words like LMAO is like a swear word. I'm like, it's fine. LMAO. That's a laugh out loud. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Auto Mod needs to chill. Sorry about that. But I'm catching them. I don't have like a stupid amount of people that I have to worry about. You know, I'm used to the world of Connor Sea Dog VA these days, so you know this is manageable for me. It's fine. Yes, it's fine. Anyway,
We'll be all right. Come on, let's go. So this.
don't worry, I'm catching them though, guys.
For the journey to the island. Standard fishing boat. So it's going to drop us off the island.
All right.
It's about midday now.
Okay.
Drop us off, and then it'll come back at 11 a.m. the next day. And if
Right.
we're still alive, they'll take us off the island.
This did happen.
Do you have food? Do you have water?
Food.
They've kindly given us like a sack of food. Don't know what the food contains, but it's going to be.
It's going to be oysters. This is only oysters.
We didn't have oysters. Actually, fun fact, we had Wagyu beef.
Lots of oysters. Hop aboard. That is our supply.
Cooked by Natsuki, so there's a double-edged sword there.
That's like enough for a year.
Exactly. See.
Why do we have so much stuff?
Well, if I'm going to go and spend a day on an island, I need to be fully prepared, right?
Is there a massage chair in there? You probably brought that with you, didn't you?
Oh, you wanted to cook, right? You've got a chopping board, you've got a spatula,
He doesn't need a massage chair, he needs Pete for that.
you've got a bag of crisps.
By the way, in case you didn't know, Natsuki's right here. Oh, sorry, thank you for the follow. I can't see your name. It's too small on this screen. Thank you so much for the follow. I have to look at the big screen.
Mystery meat. Yeah.
Mystery meat. Ooh.
Spend most of the time on the island.
Did he burn it? No. He did all right. It was good. But then again, I don't know if that's because we was going like sea crazy at that point, but yeah, it tasted good.
Rummaging through the bags, trying to find out what's in them.
Why do we have so many of these? Oh my Lord.
I told the crew to just...
These things. You know what the biggest upset was? And I'm surprised at this. This is how I know that Chris wasn't in charge of the food. These things come with cheese flavour. These were corn potage. Of all the flavours you could pick for umaibo, corn potage? I'm not being funny, that was gross.
Stock up with various foods and items, and these are like giant cheese.
Hey, no worries, baby.
This island, 500
Thank you for hanging out.
Should we meet the crew?
Hope you enjoyed it.
Go up there.
Sure.
Nice, that's...
What Connor doesn't know is that this is the point in the plan.
They have cheese flavour. They didn't bloody get them. Mind you, he wasn't in charge of it. But still, come on, beef. Or even like they have gyutan flavour, beef tongue flavour as well. Corn potage? That's when I knew these guys skimped on the budget.
Where one of the crew members of the ship, the gentleman with his face completely covered here, was meant to whip off his face mask and reveal himself as...
Yeah, he was meant to reveal himself right here. And this would have been a funny moment, and they could have been on the boat and like, ho, 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 ho. No, that didn't happen.
the one and only...
By the way, I didn't know Natsuki was joining us until last minute. So even as the cameraman, Connor didn't know, I didn't know that Natsuki was joining us on this island until the very last minute. He didn't share this with me. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I can't see your name, but thank you so much.
Natsuki all along. What Natsuki doesn't remember is that this is the part in the plan where he's supposed to take his bloody mask off.
I can speak English.
Oh, you can so hear that. Look at that. I can speak it. Yokatare. That's good, isn't it?
So instead, what ends up happening is nothing.
That's so awkward. Oh, cringe.
Wait
Cringe.
to catch on, which he inevitably,
Fuck
he
it
never
up.
actually.
We're gonna do...
Let's go. Let's get there.
Oh, that's so awkward. That's like a title screenshot right there. You can see, like, so cameraman Paul, just to tell you about framing, there's all this free real estate here to put Journey Across Japan, etc., right? That's why I frame it off center. And it's something called rule of thirds. So you normally have 2 lines going here and 2 lines going here. So you technically have 9 squares, and you kind of want the eye to be in one of these corners. And the idea of this, you know, yeah, hang on. We're having a moment here. I need to share it with you. So the idea of this is that you want to allow space for the viewer to breathe. Because if I'm centered on, you have to focus on me. There's nowhere else you can look. You have to look at me. Whereas if I'm side on, you've got this room to breathe a little, and it feels like you're in the moment with me. It's a really weird psychological thing. So even though it's a drone shot, the same rule applies. The rule of thirds is you kind of want to stick the subject slightly to the side. And you'll now that I've told you this, keep an eye out for it on more videos. That's what's going on when we do those kind of frames. That's my yoink and twist for the day.
And we're off. It's only about a 10-15 minute journey out to the island. We brought most of the world with us there, so we should be all right, to be honest.
So this is the owner right here. This is the guy that owns the island. I'm not going to say who that is.
You've like cleared out an entire...
I don't want to blame him. He lives near me though.
...to last like this poor village, like 4 months.
You were worried
You've taken everything. Now I'm worried that we're going to have to spend 2 hours digging through all this stuff to find the bloody missing legs.
Paul does a TED talk. Yeah, that'd be great, wouldn't it, eh? I've seen Chris's TED talk. Have you ever seen his TED talk? It's good. Very good.
The island, man.
That's the island.
That? Yeah. Oh, why? I hate you. This is not fair.
Here we are.
Look at that water. Sorry, look at that. It was so clear. That's Tsushima in a nutshell. If you want beautiful oceans with really clear water, Masushima, man.
Combination of all my Treasure Island pirate dreams becoming reality.
There's not going to be any treasure on here.
There's going to be treasure. Disappointment. You never know what you might find.
Now, see, that joke would have worked more if Natsuki was there, revealed, right? The fact that he doesn't know Natsuki's there and he's talking about treasure, because obviously Natsuki, pirate Natsuki, shame.
Look, we're
Oh, that's me. I'm actually still controlling the drone there.
landing on the beach. Why am I so worried?
I saw an edit of this and everyone took the piss out of Chris landing with straight feet.
Why are you worried? It's literally a 1 foot drop.
Right? That does look painful. But then again, did Connor not do the same thing? Doesn't Connor do is that not the same thing?
Why am I so worried? I find. Look, we're landing on the beach.
Is that not straight feet?
Why am I so worried about?
Why are you worried? It's literally a 1 foot drop.
Maybe the sound effect is worse.
Oh my God. I'm not
Connor's knee is bending a bit, really?
landing on the beach.
Hang on, frame by frame. Oh, right, yep. I stand corrected. Frame by frame, you're right. There you go. Monkey Man knows what he's doing. There we go.
Why am I so worried about?
Why are you worried? It's literally
I have footage of Chris trying to do a deadlift, by the way.
a 1 foot drop.
Oh my God. I'm not gonna lie. There's so much about today I don't really know. The company that owns this island, they sort of said, "Oh yeah, no, we'll get you tents and a sleeping bag and some food." They've given us all the food. They've given us everything. They've got a team of people ditching it on the island with us. But then in a few minutes, they're going to sail off, and we're kind of left to our own devices. I don't know what happens then.
Yeah, so at this point we thought, oh, we're going to pitch up a tent like on the island above ground. So, oh, there's me. So in our mind, we're like, oh, don't worry about it. We're just going to like plonk it on the beach, take it up on the cliff to higher ground, no worries. And then we realised how to get the high ground, which I think he shows in a minute.
What I do know is absolutely stunning scenery around Tsushima Bay, really beautiful. And weather.
Beautiful.
The weather is with us today, so that's something.
I know the team that was editing was really annoyed at this. You see this little white line here? You see that? I want to make this very clear. This is not my lens or my camera for that matter. You can see who's using the camera here. This is not mine. Okay. This is on the Sigma 14. Oni bro, if you're listening, this is the Sigma 14 to 24, the lens you're using. This is what happens. Just to make it quite clear, it causes things like this to happen. Yeah, it's got really bad flaring. I actually think this might be caused because Chris doesn't like using ND filters, so he has the lens wide open, and on bright light, that means the complete sun is going down on it. But then again, that would be a sensor issue, so no. Yeah, sorry, Oni bro.
Should be interesting.
Faster boy, I'll play my boat. There's so much. What is all
I can't help at all because I'm clearly filming this experience. I can't possibly be doing any helping.
this? Where are we? Are we surviving?
Keep you busy on the island. I want you to cook me a 4-course meal.
I'm sorry for you, Jenny. I'm sorry for you. I wouldn't wish you to have to experience what we did.
It's time to introduce Connor to our island mate for
See, these are nice. These flares are nice. These are very, very sexy. That one little pin light.
the day, for real. But unfortunately,
Oh, yeah, there he is.
the previous awkward silence from earlier seems to have roused Connor's suspicions already.
You two haven't met yet.
Why is he here?
He already knew at that point. Oh, it's such a shame.
Why is he here?
No.
My name is Takeshi.
Hey!
Oh,
Now you're really going to die on the island.
Disclaimer. I gotta be honest. I love Natsuki. Absolutely love this guy. Anytime I get to film with him, it's a day made in heaven. I'm sure you saw, if you follow my Twitter, the recent shot. Someone asked, was that legit or was it fake? That was real. You just have to point a camera at this man. He's just pure gold for days.
Good to see you, Natsuka gang! Oh.
How are we gonna fit in the same tent? I have big old chin chin, you know. It doesn't.
There it is. There it is.
It's not gonna fit.
That's why it was so
Oh my
awkward
God.
on the boat. I was like, go and meet the crew. And then Nasty just kept his fucking mask on.
Yeah.
Secondhand embarrassment, man.
I did smell nicotine. Oh my God.
僕じゃあれだよ、シップキャプテン。
So today, Nasky is going to be our chef.
You can see it there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on.
He's only cooked for me one time.
You can see there. Look at the guy in the background.
僕じゃあれだよ、シップ。
Look here. Keep an eye on here. Look.
Nasky is going to be our
That's our accommodation area. It's like, well, yeah, we're just going to go up the hill with all of that gear. And look at him struggling to get up it. That's our toilet, by the way.
Oh
He's only cooked for me.
That's what is he doing? That's them trying to put rope around these tiny bloody tree twigs to let us get up the top of the mountain safe.
One time, and we all got food poisoning. But don't
Natsuki
worry.
cooking.
Are we good? Are we good? Yeah.
Too dirty.
What do you think of the island now?
One thing I will say was quite interesting is watching Connor's Japanese improve so much since he's been here. He often spoke with Natsuki in Japanese as opposed to English, which is very, very kind of him. Yeah, it was cool.
Air is clear.
Air is clear. Until you get the cigarettes out.
I don't think that's can get us.
Oh my god, the boat's just gone.
Oh, absolutely.
It's gone.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, the boat's just gone. Literally, that's how we all felt.
What happens now? Do we climb up this?
Cold.
Too cold? Ah, 大丈夫大丈夫。
Maybe midnight minus.
Yeah, よかった。楽しみ。
You can
Not maybe, it was minus.
die.
Connor looks whiter than usual? Really? I think he looks pretty white these days without his beard. I'd say he's more white now.
Oh, I'll cuddle Chris.
Get me off this island now. We got one guy that the owner of
Connor's Japanese is better than Pete's. I say no. Pete's very, very good at Japanese. He's just like he plays the Joker card very well. I think he's a lot better than he lets on. Not to say that Connor's bad. Connor's really good at Japanese, considering he's only been here for 4 years, and the fact that he's able to hold a conversation, even if not fluently, we would say in Japanese, we'd say kuki yomeru. He's able to read the air, which is really, really important. More than understanding the words and knowing how to say things, to be able to read the air, hugely, way more important, and confidence, obviously. But Connor is amazing at that.
the island have left behind. Basically, make sure we don't die.
I thought we had 2 professionals,
How is mine? I get by.
but turns out we have 3 idiots. And
It's the best answer you'll ever get out of me. I'm never going to say I'm fluent because I'm not. I've not studied enough to be fluent, but I get by. I can understand the cookie, the air.
one professional. And now I'm kind of worried.
We've got to ask anything's possible. He's using the camera to see his own reflection. Brilliant. We're going to die.
And so, with all the
God bless
cargo
him,
finally
Nasky.
off the boat, it's time to find a flat stretch of land for us to pitch up our tents for the
So that's where. That's the bonfire area. This is all the wood that Connor tried to burn through. There's like a massive tree trunk right here that you can't really see how big it is. It's so funny. It was like, have you ever seen those videos with dogs where they're like, this is my twig, and it's like 10 times bigger than them when they're collecting like trees and wood? That was Connor basically with the fire. He was like, I wonder if that'll burn. I'm going to try it. So he took like the biggest tree trunk and put it on there, and he did his best to try and burn through it the entire night. And he got like up to, I think it was a quarter before we had to leave the island the next day. He did as much as he could to try and burn it all the way through, bless him. A true campsman, through and through. So yeah, this is where the bonfire was. This is before we knew we was camping on the sand. And then we have, what was it? It was Chris. Was it Chris? I think, yeah. Was it Chris? No. I think this was Connor, Chris, Natsuki, me, And obviously we had the island owner and the expert.
Bruh.
They were over here.
All the cargo finally off the boat, it's time to find a flat stretch of land for us to pitch up our tents for the night. Something that soon proves to be a lot more difficult than we initially managed to
Yes,
get
we
up.
had logs for the fire. Yeah, you're right. We had logs for the fire. Never burn driftwood. Noted. If only I'd known that when we was on this island. But, you know, to be fair, Connor knows his stuff. We did pretty good. Like, I mean, if it wasn't for Connor, we would have frozen to death. I'm telling you now, you can clip that. I'm pretty sure we would have frozen to death. Connor knows his stuff when it comes to camping.
So our first challenge is to get everything off the beach because the tide's coming up. And this beach will soon be underwater.
I hate this mic, by the way. I used to own this mic. I got rid of it. Chris doesn't like it either. It's B1M by Sony. Hate's a strong word. And I might get sponsored by Sony someday, so I don't hate it. But I just wish the shock mount was better because it's really noisy when it shakes. But I do like that it's powered by the camera.
There is a cliff with some ropes that Connor's managed to get up, but he's like a monkey man. He's good at that. More worried about Natsuki. Okay, Natsuki, let's try climbing again.
Icky my show. Can you see all of that gear? Look at this. How the hell was we going to get all of this up this cliff? Watch the cliff.
Let's try climbing again.
Do I like the Rode ones more? I have a love-hate relationship with Rode because I have a Rode NTG that worked until it didn't. And it really ruined a video shoot for me because it just, no matter, even if I put it on the lowest setting, it was distorted. So now that's why I love using the FX3 with the audio handle. So I only use XLR now. Or, well, yeah, I use XLR. If I'm going to use something that's not the audio handle on the FX3, I'll use an F3 zoom with like a joint session. If you look on my Mount Fuji video, maybe we'll do a reaction to that someday. I'll use a zoom F3 with an XLR mount, and I'll put that into the camera and have the 32-bit float recording.
Like Mount Fuji, innit?
I do love Rode's Wireless Pros though. They were used for this shoot when it was 2 people. They're amazing. Look how steep it is.
Use the tree.
Use the tree. See that? A list of my favorite lenses and equipment. You will find that on my website, Gear Paul Uses. Go on the About page on my website and you'll see some of the main gear I use. And then there's a link beneath that to, I think it's a kit.co, and that has everything I own. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm so sorry I can't see your name. I've got you on a tiny screen here as we're reacting, but thank you so much for the follow. It means a lot to me. Website is paulballard.net.
Safety is paramount. What have we done? What have we done? Cool though. This is like my dream.
This is like your dream? What dream?
Can't wait to see Paul the cameraman do this.
Yeah, me neither. They never watched me do this, by the way. So, there's a moment in a bit where you'll see them vlogging with Chris filming. I have no idea where they were on the island. By the time I got up there, they'd already buggered off and done their own thing. Hiking semi-steep incline. This was after Mount Fuji, though. We've been through worse.
Don't sleep.
I built the website myself.
Oh, hard bed. Oh.
Hard bed, yeah. There was no even terrain here.
Natsuki's first thoughts would turn to treasure hunting.
Yeah.
Treasure hunter?
Now treasure makes sense because we got Natsuki.
I don't know how we came to that conclusion. I'm worried about like, there's no like flat bit of land really.
No.
Where we can actually.
There was none, by the way.
You
None.
found somewhere? Connor's found something. Don't know.
Chris wears the worst outdoor adventures. The worst shoes. Kobora, you're right. He was given these shoes by Nick, God bless him, for the Spartan race. And in his mind, they are the ultimate multi-purpose trainer for every possible use case scenario. So he uses them for everything.
Get to him. Oh, you go first. You'll sit here.
I remember that tree. I didn't do anything naughty there. That's not what I'm saying. No. That's not what I mean. Just I remember that area.
Oh my God. Where have you gone, Connor? Oh, Jesus. There's some pretty beautiful views, but some pretty dicey drops on the island, so
No, I did not, Hannah. Stop it.
got to be a bit careful. Wow.
You're a good friend to me, yes, rather.
What an amazing place, though.
Special times.
Amazing place to die. What is that?
Yeah. Toilet. Wild style.
No, thank you. Needless to say, none of us took a dump on the island because f*** that.
Bam, bam.
Does Natsuki sound like a motorbike when he goes to the toilet? Unusual noise to make.
This is the best that we have.
I'm not going to lie, the thing that worries
He was so angry.
me is the cliff drop. In every corner of the island, there's like a cliff edge.
That's a concern. The second concern is that, you know, obviously this island isn't inhabited. So there's pretty much no areas with nothing. So we kind of have to flatten some.
Well, you got
Yeah, we had to, like, the idea obviously is when you go to an island, you want to flatten it round, flatten it down so that you can create a base.
Stuff is, and tide.
So that's what Connor's doing. He's looking for somewhere that we can flatten the ground down so that we can build nice
You can barely
tents
get yourself up the cliff.
and have a lovely time.
I think you should get the start. You're fit and young. That's why this is your job.
Okay.
This is your job.
We can do it. I think they're potentially searching for another space over there.
Okay.
Yes.
Can't we just sleep on the beach?
No, the tide's.
That's where the idea, because that's him. Can't we just sleep on the beach? I think we found the culprit, guys.
The tide. comes up.
Oh, it'll be fine.
The tide. That was the worry for everyone. That's the first thing I looked at was I looked up like tide times location where I am, and it was like we got lucky.
Oh, yeah, we found we're washed away in our plastic bag.
Better than fucking falling off a cliff.
An island.
Would you rather be carried away by the tide in a tent or falling down a cliff, chat? I know which I would prefer, but Ozzy, you wouldn't sleep on the beach? You'll never be a YouTuber unless you sleep on the beach. You'll never be a cameraman. At least I can swim. You can't swim if you're surrounded by a tent, though. Imagine if you're zipped up in a tent with two zips, by the way. You've got the entrance and then there's another entrance, and you get carried away by the ocean. Cliff, crocs and sharks. Yeah, no thank you. I don't fancy that. Living in Florida, you don't want to sleep on a beach. That makes sense.
Nice. Free. Toilet free.
Toilet paper. Arimasu.
God bless him, Natsuki, always thinking positively.
Danger. Big danger. Biggest danger.
So, yeah, okay, danger, ne?
No paper?
No paper. Gross paper?
Big hole.
Big hole.
No worries, Itchy. Thank you for coming. Hope you enjoyed the first stream. I'll try and have it up. Look out for YouTube channel Cameraman Paul. I'll do something with it somewhere, or it'll be on here.
Or for toilet.
Unless something goes horribly wrong with the rest of this video, in which case I won't be able to release it. We'll see.
Toilet paper.
I'll throw you on the fucking fire before my book goes on that fire. Okay, so having surveyed the island,
Look how much gear there is. How are we going to put that on a cliff?
it's not designed for habitation.
We'd have to like remove a ton of plants.
So the solution was actually presented to us the moment we set foot on it.
Isn't that right, Chris?
Is where we could put the tents up.
I still think this is a crazy idea. We're gonna get washed away.
Where are we going to put it, Chris?
Better than washed away than fall down a cliff. What I will say is, I think the sea right now is high tide. Don't quote me on that. But
you know, in Top Gear when they do weird stuff, you know, you're like, "Whoa, this is so dangerous." No, they've got like 15 producers. We got no producers. There's nothing. There's no safety.
No producers. There was producers. It's fine. It's fine. It was producers, yeah.
if anything, the beach will wake up and the beach will be thrice as big. Thrice as big.
What are you on about?
Go and get those tents up. I'm going to go and look at a tree.
Well, I'm off doing the important job of
I'm sorry, guys. I'm busting for a pee here. I'm going to go to the toilet again, and I'll be back in a sec. But needless to say, I've been drinking too much water. I'm not used to this. I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to leave you with music because that would be wrong otherwise. And I'll be back. One sec. You are 100% Sarge. 100% right. I did break the seal. But here I am. Lessons are learned on this meeting. Let's go. I need some popcorn for this, really. Let's get a reaction. Oh, there we go. I remember this as well, because this was a moment when we was doing a lot of the camp setting up, and Chris was like, Paul, come with me, I want to film something. I'm like, okay. And then he made me go up a giant hill again with the camera gear.
Examining the foliage, Natsuki and Connor are tasked with the far less laborious job of clearing the beach of any driftwood that may hinder our tent making.
Water's good for me. Maybe not dirty water, but yes.
As well as finding any usable pieces of wood.
That was the log! That was the one that he wanted to burn through. Actually, no, was that the one? Maybe there's a bigger one. That was one of the ones that Connor wanted to get through.
That we can soon turn into a fire. Something that will be much needed later on to survive the combination of a
I think it was actually that massive thick one there in the background.
-5-degree Tohoku winter, coupled with the icy sea breeze blowing across Matsushima Bay.
Whitewash the fence, eh? Bless him.
Thanks for helping.
Got to film you.
Oh, you're to film.
Yeah,
How about we can swap? Let's have a little break. Should mix things up.
No.
Give you the gloves. Get rid of the track. We've moved a lot of it.
Keep going. You're great.
There you go, lol. Just gotta keep moving.
Oh, yeah, this is fun. This shot was Chris's idea. He wanted to film that like the Crimson Pirate style.
Go and use this to keep us warm tonight. So I'm gonna go help. Meanwhile, Chris is eating the supplies already.
Look at this! Corn potage. Seriously?
I might be eating the supplies before we've begun.
Wow.
Where did those cigarettes come from? Natsuki, like, he just, like, I swear he just magics, like, cigarettes out of, like, existence just by breathing them or something. Like, when we was climbing up and down Mount Fuji, like, every minute we looked back, he was having a cigarette in his hand.
Oh. Oh, big hungry man.
I guess Chris's equivalent would be Umaibo.
With the camp supplies sufficiently checked to make sure they hadn't been poisoned or tampered with, it's time for Natsuki and I to take a quick break to explore the island. All while Monkey Man evolves just far enough in the evolution chain to discover fire once and for all.
So even though nobody lives on the island, sometimes
That's right, this really weird tunnel here that we had in the side of the island.
would come to the island and do zazen, meditation.
I'll be honest, I'm starting to wonder if this hole was used as a toilet.
The sea and just meditate.
Because, like,
It takes a lot of
Strong
mental
spirit.
strength. And
Look at the
that's-
floor.
You can do
You
it.
call it a monk cave, that's what they called it, but there's like this massive hole in the floor, and I'm like, maybe like rather than use Natsuki's,
What do you think, Buddha?
yeah, poop cave. Maybe.
I wanna go.
What are you saying?
Yeah, the door's not sitting here going, oh, I want to go for 3 days.
Clever editors, this shot was actually put in reverse. I actually shot this starting at the top, starting close on them and panning back, and they moved it in.
No, they have a clear mind.
You wouldn't be able to tell, obviously, but yeah, fun fact.
Clear mind.
Clear mind. Clear mind. If it were me, it'd be like,
It's one of my pet peeves about this whole experience as a cameraman. I like to shoot in S-Log or if you're a photographer in RAW, but for the fast turnover of this whole experience, I had to bake the footage in. So I had to bake the LUT footage in. So I didn't have a chance to film, even though it was technically filmed in S-Log 3, but it was put into Rec 709 through the LUT. So I didn't get to, yeah, exactly. Chris looks kind of power in this shot, exactly. So that's the camera baking in the exposure. I don't have a choice in post to be, well, I didn't edit this anyway, but one of the most annoying things for me personally, because you know me, you've seen me like with the RV footage, I like to go back and like manipulate the footage and make some fun stills. You can't do that when you bake the LUT in. You don't have a choice. So I wasn't able to go in post and get like some cool pictures with like any blown out highlights, bring them down, bring up the shadows to make it look good. It's unfortunate, but that's what happens when you have a fast turnover. For anyone that doesn't know, you have dynamic range in S-Log 3, and then when you put a LUT on it, it's converting it and squashing them down, and that's why some of these shots don't look as good as unfortunately they could have. But yeah, it is. What can you do?
oh yeah.
The guys did an amazing job with what they had, though. I will say that every editor on this team was amazing.
Oh, Big Mac.
That's a good, nice view.
Big Mac.
It's a beautiful view. If you're going to meditate anywhere, this is the spot. Over the Tsushima Bay at dusk.
Why didn't you sleep there then?
It's hot.
What? There we
Not being funny.
Oh,
No.
Could have been something.
no, it's not used for meditation. It's used for Natsuki getting crap all over his face.
I think that was the toilet area for the monks.
It's good cooking, isn't it?
I'll be honest, I hadn't pitched a tent since I was a kid. So this was all like trying to refresh my memory for me. Obviously, Connor thankfully knew everything, as did the guide. They knew what they was doing, so that helped. Unfortunately, if you've ever tried pitching a tent that was intended for soil into sand, I think you know the answer to that question. Doesn't go so well.
This is not like the most stable of like flooring to hit it into. It's just sand.
Hmm.
So I'm hitting it in really deep. It should be enough for one night.
Yeah, look at that. That looks stable, sure, right?
Drop, get that tent up, lad.
When yours going up, Chris?
What? This is my one, isn't it?
No, this is my one.
You get this done. I've got to sample the island.
When's the last time you put a tent up, Chris?
1997.
What?
It's about the same time for me, to be fair.
7?
The pegs come out. I'm surprisingly we did okay. They didn't come out, but yeah.
Oh, can't fool star, eh?
Oh, what is it? Every time Natsuki sees something like this, he has to do something like this. He did the same thing on Mount Fuji. Oh, God bless him. I love Natsuki. So funny. Oh, so you may or may not be able to make out here. Can you see that? There's a little selfie stick here. Getting a time lapse of the entire event. Now, I know that Connor's mentioned this on Trash Taste about what that time lapse saw. I'm not going to show it. I'm not going to show it because it's wrong. But let's just say, if you know, you know.
Oh no. No.
What are you doing to my tent?
Disaster's all struck. What's
going on with my tent?
If you know, you know.
It's going to be the last one.
No.
In the water. I
This is
picked
it
a good
right
spot
here.
for myself.
Come on. We're nearly there. I've got to go and look at some crisps, but I'll be back in a minute.
Oh
So I've just snuck away for a few moments to forage for berries for the team.
Hey, thank you for the follow.
Probably not escaping from making.
Hope you're doing well.
But it is so nice here on the island. You've got the sound of the sea lapping against the shore. You've got the smell of the campfire. Last time I was in Tsushima was in March. And I remember looking out across the bay at all the islands and thinking, it'll be so cool to stay on one of those, to camp on it. So to actually be doing it.
It is pretty crazy that he managed to hire an island for a day. Let's be real here, though. Like, props to him for doing this. And it clearly was the most talked about episode of the entire like experience. So in that regard, this is pretty amazing that he managed to do that.
But before the cooking preparation
Connor looks so happy.
completed, we're greeted with our first casualty of the day.
Who wants to see the first casualty of the island?
What is this? I can't even remember. What is it?
Tumble coming down the cliff a minute.
Oh, is it his trousers? Yeah.
Trousers, look at that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but
Genuinely, he was genuinely upset by that because these trousers, he bought them in England and they don't sell them anymore.
It was the rocks, not the size of my hip, Natsuki.
It wasn't the rocks. Well, it was the rocks. It was the rocks on the way down, the slant. So you had to come down on your ass to come down safely. So obviously you would have ripped them on a rock on the way down. So that's what would have happened.
I was finding cherries for you, and I felt
Lexi, don't you be quoting Star Wars.
trying to help you.
Oh, let's
We're
go.
a team. We're a team.
Why are you making it sound like poison? This is how like
I was
Hamlet died.
looking for berries.
Do you want berries?
I want a beer.
He gets everywhere.
Well, I've got a beer.
Yeah.
Good friend.
Good. He turned around real quick.
Can you do sewing?
No,
Sewing?
no.
Fuck's sake.
You laugh, Jenny, but like I had a black toenail. Yeah, it's gone back to normal now. My left foot's little pinky, or whatever you call the little toe, the the nail was black for at least 4 or 5 months. So yeah.
If you want a beer, you got to sew my trousers.
I've already put up the tent, keeping the fire going. What more do we need to do to get a beer?
Oh.
Welcome, ow, I hit my head on the light, to the crib.
Those lights.
Yeah, it's pretty much just a...
Also, I've not mentioned this, but fun fact, I didn't have a sleeping bag in my tent until 1 hour before we went to bed. Apparently, they brought up one tent and sleeping bag when we went up the cliff to check how flat the area was on top. And lo and behold, they left my sleeping bag at the top of the hill. And I didn't know this until 1 hour before I went to bed. Fun fact.
box. Yeah, it's the size of a Japanese apartment. We have a very thin insulated mat. Should be enough, hopefully, for tonight. It really depends on how cold it gets.
I think it's minus 2 or 3, so it's cold but not like joking.
-2 or 3. It was around that -5, I think, in the end. But yeah, close enough.
Like you said they were winter, but these are not.
I said Amazon base.
You and me both, Hannah.
These are definitely. Have a feel.
You're a sweet innocent child. Just another day on a shoot we've abroad in Japan, yes.
Our camping spot for the night, which Chris obviously was very kind.
I did sign that waiver as well, by the way. Like, we was going to an island, we ought to sign a waiver that just said, like, if you die, it's not our fault. we did literally have to sign this waiver together. And to be fair, I'll give kudos to Connor. Chris as well. I mean, he wasn't, like, saying, you must be on the island. Connor was saying, dude, go to the hotel. Like, before we even went on the island, he was like, dude, you know, you should just chill on the hotel, come film, and then when the boat leaves, go with them. Like, he obviously knew what he was getting into. And I was like, no, because you're going to need me to film in the morning, you know, it's an experience we can all have together. Oh, how wrong I was.
Help us put these houses together. As he dictated us how to
Team
do it.
effort.
Team effort. Oh, God.
All right, get ready for
All
dinner.
right, okay, all right.
Chris wouldn't have minded if I'd left as well, though, to be fair. Oh, my God.
Fucking Merry Christmas.
Oh, Natsuki.
Ah, yes.
I didn't know this was happening either.
Survivalist. Black Santa. Oh dear. With Natsuki fully geared for
Oh, my God.
time to find out our challenge for the rest of the evening.
I don't know where this came from. I have a mate who dresses up in this exact same gear for Halloween. And he's bad Santa, right? So it goes after the bad kids. I did not know Natsuki was going to do this.
we're taking one last look at the sunset
And none of us knew about the catchphrase he was about to come up with.
before it disappears and things get very dark and very cold very fast.
So we're back up the cliff again, by the way, in case you hadn't noticed. This is back up the dangerous cliff.
But don't worry, we've got Black Santa Claus.
Yeah, mysterious.
Why? Natsuki came out of his tent dressed as Black Santa.
I'm still shocked by this.
Brand new Santa. Next Santa Claus. Talking, cooking, fucking.
What does that mean, chat?
Talking, cooking, fucking.
What is going on with Santa Claus?
I don't know what it means.
I don't even know how to unpack that. But next challenge is sent in by you guys, 7,000. Connor.
That is not what happened on the island, all right? That is not what happened on the island.
Oh yeah, it's the first time doing it. Let's do it. Yeah. Why do I gotta get?
I'm not having that.
All right.
believe
I'll
Connor's
read it
doing
out.
this.
I'll read it out.
All right.
See who can write the greatest haiku. Oh, for God's sake, haiku.
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 And the viewers get to decide who wins.
Okay.
Oh.
So I guess Matsushima.
Don't let him cook, yeah.
Because Matsushima is famous for haiku, the most famous haiku.
Very, very famous haiku that Chris gets wrong.
How's it go? Matsushima haiku.
Matsushimaya. Matsushimaya.
That's if I remember correctly, it's Matsushima ya, Matsushima ya, Matsushima ya. And the reason for it is because the person that created it couldn't think of anything else. Like the most beautiful thing to say is the place itself. So it's meant to be nice and poetic. But obviously Natsuki does what he does, and then Chris does what he does later.
Is this real?
That's it.
That's
Really?
Matsushimaya. Matsushimaya. Matsushimaya.
There we are. He says it right there. You go. There you go.
Because Matsuo Bashir, the famous poet, he came here, he looked across, and that was all he could say. He was so taken by the words.
3 times.
You know, I'm not one to culturally judge, but
Yes, you are.
they can come up with anything better. That was it.
Take it out on Matsuo Bashir.
Okay.
500 years ago. All right. Let's go and write some haikus.
Oh my god, look at that overexposure.
A beautiful haiku can't be lovingly crafted on an empty stomach.
We had these things around our necks as well. You can see there what Connor's wearing.
Beautiful haiku can't
These are little lights for when you're camping, so that you know where you're walking at the time.
be lovingly crafted on an empty stomach. And while we've brought nothing short of a feast in terms
Oh, ha 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 ha! What do we got? Oh, look, Haribo. We have some hand warmers. There's one pack of hand warmers. Apparently, there's like 10,000, right? That's apparently what they have. What's this here? Is this Wagyu? Actually, maybe we didn't have Wagyu. That doesn't look a Wagyu. Does that say? That doesn't say Wagyu. That's hard to read. And they brought, like, again, the weirdest flavors to use. Why? Like, look, I'll be honest with you now. If you ever want to get a bunch of cup noodles for everyone, just get the curry flavor. Everyone loves curry. Why would you get tomato and seafood? What the, like, no.
of camp supplies, it soon appears as though
And look at the
while we've brought
beers.
nothing short of a feast in terms
That's not enough to survive a night. It's not like we can go to a conveni after. Look, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not even a beer. So 1, 2, 3 beers. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe that's 7 sake cups. We all know how much Chris loves like cup sake. And then is that 1 or 2 sour alcohol drinks? They look like the drinks there as well, but I can't see what they are. But good lord,
of camp
that's not
supplies,
enough.
it soon appears as though Black Santa has some questionable ideas on what to do with our precious ingredients.
Tonight, talking, cooking, fucking.
He said it again.
Tell you what, hold on.
I make
What do we
cooking. I have bishop.
We didn't do the last one, all right? Shut it.
That's hot.
I don't even know how to respond to that. What I do know is there was a
Whoa, what's that? It's like Pete saying hanging and banging. When did Pete say that? Please tell me that wasn't a Van Gang thing. The Van Gang name alone is already bad enough. What?
grill
That's
just over there.
Backseat.
Natsuki's backside's being roasted by the grill. So Natsuki, you're going to cook for us on the grill, right?
All right.
I need to have words with Pete.
All right.
Olive.
We soon discover Chef Black Santa merely adds fuel to the fire, quite literally with a bucket of oil.
More fire. No. More fire.
Oh God!
More fire!
Jesus.
It's not so much Black Santa as health and safety.
Yeah.
Reckless Santa.
I don't remember this.
Oh my God.
I'm obviously filming it, but I don't remember this. I remember him cooking the steak, but I don't remember this angle. What the?
That's one of my lungs.
Dude, seriously?
To the whole table.
Oh.
Careful. Not in the sand. Hey.
Oh, Chris is so concerned with his steak.
Oh.
Journey across Japan food poisoning special.
Layer type, medium type.
Medium.
Okay, that's one can down.
Mainly medium.
Too much fire. It's not like we can control the fire though, Emma.
It smells good though. The pepper and the beef does smell decent. Can it be his nasty?
Look at that sun though. Look how quickly that went down. Like, and this is all like, this is not like different takes. It's the same take. So it went from this kind of brightness. It just sort of like, boom, the sun went down really fast.
Can it be his nasty cooked something that's edible?
He made one for fun. In front of the camera, obviously silly, going crazy, doing the whole fucking Salt Bay bollocks. And then he actually did do a proper one. He did actually cook it properly and carefully. So just to reiterate, that bit's for the camera. He did actually care. Although the one that he made for the camera probably tasted better. It was good.
It's pretty good. Actually. Try Natsuki.
Taste is.
Dozo.
Just as delicious. Go on. Something very scary about seeing Black Santa with a knife.
Oh. Fabulous.
Okay.
Good meal.
What is happening over here? I'm just trying to cut up our.
Taste of health.
Why is there toilet roll here? I never saw this. What the hell? The toilet was up there. So unless someone was using I'm hoping this was for the food, because if this was for something else, I did not know that.
Apologize.
Can it be his Natsuki actually cooked something that's edible?
I think that's an Aperture MC Pro right there on one of my selfie sticks.
That's really good, actually.
This one?
Eating with my hands on.
Oh,
I have no idea, Emma. Let's just say yes.
Mr. Cooking. Oh, Santa Clever. Good chef. Yeah.
To be fair, Santa Claus can cook, it seems.
Well, if you
Santa.
put enough pepper and sauce on a steak and chuck it on a fire, it'll...
Allow it, Connor. Allow it. Come on.
Oh, taste is deep. No?
Deep.
It's deep.
Deep. What does that mean? Fukai?
Taste.
Let's not go too far.
Oh yeah!
Bro knows his comedic timing, man. That was amazing.
I think my favourite thing tonight has been watching Connor single-handedly deforest the entire island for the sake of this.
There was a lot more filming after this, to be fair. We did have a lot of fun.
It's a good fire, yeah. My God.
Unfortunately, we couldn't use any of it because obviously Chris was enjoying himself. He was playing like Duran Duran 1980s music was playing, so we couldn't really use any of it, unfortunately. But you know, we did genuinely have a great time while the fire was lit.
We're gonna read our haikus.
It was when the fire stopped burning, things went different.
Who is the best? We've also put it out on Twitter, so we'll get the public vote as well in real time. So
No karaoke, no.
go.
It wasn't an IRL stream.
In dire need, I yearn.
Don't worry, Lexi, it's all good. I got you covered.
Become. Bidet awaits.
Within reason.
Long jump.
Because I'm dying for to have a comfortable, number two.
I think Connor's was the best.
You've got 18 hours.
We have a stern reminder that we have to.
Bidet awaits.
Up to
Of course, Connor would bring up the bidet.
dig a hole if we want to take a number two.
There's like 3 or 4 lanterns leading their way up the cliff. And
Oh, did it show that?
Up to the.
Like, honestly, this is pitch black because obviously we're on an island. There's no street lights. Now you can kind of get a sense of just how steep it was, this hill we had to climb to go to the toilet.
To the top and told us we could dig
And we was apparently going to bring all of that gear that came on the island up this.
a hole if we want to take a number 2.
There's like there's like 3 or 4 lanterns leading.
Miracles could happen.
up the cliff, and then they lead to nothingness, like an abyss. A
So you
cliff.
have to dig a hole, poop in it, wipe it, and then rebury it.
It was played out, Lex. It really was. I mean,
All right, my one.
God bless Chris. I mean, he doesn't know camping, but he did entrust someone to make sure that we got everything we needed, and clearly it didn't all work out as planned. But of course, I mean, why would Chris want to put himself in a situation like this? Of course he wouldn't. You know, it's not on Chris. But it is very funny for us to look back and laugh and say he's an idiot for doing it. Obviously, I'm an idiot for saying yes when I could have gone to a hotel. It's my fault for staying there. But no, it's not. You know, you can't blame Chris. You know, he didn't know what he's doing. He thought he'd like entrusted people that he thought knew what they was doing. So don't look at Chris in a bad light on this. It's not his fault
One is
in that sense.
trousers today. Down.
This is already shit.
You can already see here, Natsuki's like, no, this is too long.
Tenzing 575.
Thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, I can't see the name. I'm currently. Hang on, let me have a look. Can I do it this way?
Today, down the cliffside, I tumbled. A rip in my.
No, I can't. Bugger. Sorry. But thank you so much for the follow. It means a lot. It really does.
Because this is what happened. My trousers are ripped.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and finally,
And I'm going to look back at this later and say, oh my God, I should have said thank you.
What?
Yes.
I said? Island. No toilet, no life.
So does anyone understand this? I'm intrigued. So, A-I-R-A-N-D-O, right? In his mind, he's thinking syllables in Japanese. A-I-R-A-N-D-O. So that's why, to him, he's listening to there's ripped trousers today. He's thinking ripped trousers today. He's thinking it's too long. So he's thinking Japanese phonetics. Unfortunately, it just didn't really come across well on the video and the filming, which is why I know that Chris on the day we was like, oh, this doesn't work. This is going to be terrible as a challenge. But that's why. Because Natsuki got it quite quickly. I think Natsuki had like 5 in the chamber ready to go. And, he played about, he said about 3 of them. And we was like, these don't work. None of them work. Thank you so much for the follow. Can I zoom in? It looks like Stacy. It might be sleepy, but thank you so much. It means a lot. It really does. Honestly, I'm sorry. I can't see my tiny little screen here.
Listen.
I feel like
Natsuki, rhythm.
broken. Honestly, I think you've probably won.
Oh, you
I like yours the best.
I know what I can do, actually. I can move the stream like this. Here we go.
You get to go home, in 18 hours time.
Yeah, haikus are tough in a second language. I mean, technically, we should be doing it by their standards, really.
Favorite haiku, but honestly, there really isn't that much
Let me
point.
move this down. Should I move you around here?
It's never happened, and let's never speak of haikus again. With the chaos
You found my stream on the Abroad in Japan Reddit. Whoa, whoop-de-doo, I've hit the big time now then.
time to rest our wheels.
Thank you so much. Welcome to my first stream.
This will prove a lot
We are
more
reacting
difficult than we
to
initially imagined.
nearly dying.
Out, and the temperature very quickly drops.
My favourite sample.
What a mess.
You didn't even bring us a fucking pillow, you dick. Why don't we have pillows?
That's right, there was no... Oh my God, I forgot there was no pillows.
Wide I am. I'm like, fuck it.
No.
It's like a stray jacket.
And this reminds me, so I had to use the down jacket for a pillow. And that's another reason why I changed my jacket. It stunk of bonfire. All of our clothes. I didn't realize this, that we sat around the fire for warmth, but all of our clothes for the rest of the shoot just stunk of smoke. Because there was no way to wash a down jacket. I can wash the clothes, like, per se, in the next hotel we were in, but I couldn't wash the down jacket on the road. That's another reason why I got the jacket. I forgot about that. And that took 2 months after we got back for me to keep it outside on the balcony in modern wind, to actually make it, okay again.
Oh, God. When I breathe.
Who brings pillows for camping? Clearly not Chris Broad. But he should have.
They just breathe in smoke from all the fire.
That's a winter sleeping bag. No, hang on. No, Lexi. We know. My toes found that out the hard way.
Do you think you'll be able to sleep?
I'm really cold and my feet are wet. So
Your feet are wet?
Yeah, because I had to put the fire out and I had to get the water out. Because someone didn't help me.
You're an idiot.
No, I'm resourceful.
Look at the lack of Kaido in that tent. I did put Kaido in everyone's tent. I tried because I didn't know there was a box. So I put in as many as I could find from my stash. I gave everyone as much. Kaido's the heated pads. I tried to put as many as I could, not knowing that Chris had like an entire warehouse worth that I didn't know about.
Oh, you're not going to be all right. You're going to hate this. This is like your worst.
I literally didn't know.
My feet aren't wet.
Okay, true, but you know, it's going to be hard for you. This is not a 5-star experience.
It's going to be fine. I've got a scarf, I've got a hat, socks.
Yeah, you brought a set, right?
Yeah.
Funnily enough, though, even though he had all that, it still didn't work out enough. He didn't have enough anyway, so it didn't really matter.
Can I get it?
You want the hat or the scarf?
Both.
No, should have brought your own, mate. Should have brought your own, mate.
Brought one hat.
Have a nice sleep, Connor.
One hat.
Have a nice sleep.
That's good.
No. How was it?
Oh, too hard.
That was horrible, yeah. Oh, look, then again, there you go. There's Cairo. He's got loads there.
The floor?
Too hard.
I say loads. He's got enough, hopefully.
Bed. Oh,
Are they... They're not open, though, right? Or is that the Haribo from earlier? That kind of looks like Haribo colas.
no mat, no spring.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's so hard. Oh,
Always fucking plays.
So
maybe.
cold?
More cold.
Yeah, it was cold. More scary. When that fire went out, I'm not lying, guys. It was so cold. I didn't realize how much that fire was keeping us warm. I know, stupid, but it was only once the fire went out that I realized just how cold it was on that island.
What happens to us
Yeah,
a bear?
and
If you get hungry,
Highly recommend them, Emma. They're really good.
big sweet.
yeah.
Again, he hired people to bring food, and they brought that.
Yeah.
Oh, very good. Yeah. Have a good
Sunny.
have a good sleep.
Why?
Where's for me? Good night.
Well, what a day it's been, but I'm finally in my tent. But I've got all the supplies you need for a night camping. I've got my energy jelly, sleeping bag, some gloves, and these are really popular in Japan.
This was embarrassing for Chris, this moment, because we was all in our tents trying to get to sleep. He was filming. I think there's a bit at the end that shows him embarrassed by it, but he was trying to do a monologue. Oh, was it here? Maybe it's the next bit at the after when he's in the tent sleeping. And we was all like next to his tent. It's quite funny because he couldn't talk shit about anyone because we could all hear him.
I've got one here. It's kind of like a little pouch.
Oh, look at this. Talking about the Cairo. Oh, yeah, look. Aren't they wonderful things?
And they're so popular in Japan. I've got like a multi-pack of
Well, would you look at that?
10, and I'm going to stick them in my sleeping bag, and that'll keep me warm during the night, given it's like -5 degrees Celsius outside.
Would have been mighty fine having some of those in the tent. Hey.
Watching the sun go down, sitting by the fire, chatting with some friends. Yeah, I've really enjoyed this. And also, best of all,
He didn't take most of them. He thought we had them in our tents. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think he thought we all had them
Don't have to do that now.
because he didn't remember what we had, to be fair.
First time this week where I've been able to sit
And they were probably put in his tent as well, so...
alone and go to sleep on time. A very rare thing.
No. I'm on damage control. I'm going to say that he thought everyone had them in their tents, so that's why he was like, yeah, we got these. I think that's why. To be fair, they weren't the strongest ones. The guys that we were with, they had these ones that were like black, that were like super, super, hyper extreme versions of them that I'd never seen before in my life. They were even better. Yep, I had to get this shot. That was real. That's me. That's me. Waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning to get the sunrise. Real sounds, not fake.
So I've been awake now for about an hour and a half. Cameraman Paul's been awake for 2 hours.
No, I was awake for 3 hours, but nice try.
We'll actually make the levels higher. Problem is we have to leave in 40 minutes and Chris is still asleep.
Semantics.
So let's wake him up. I don't think he's going to be very happy about it. Mr. Broad. We have to leave in like 40.
This is real. It does feel a bit like The Office, you're right. It does.
You gotta do YouTube stuff. Come on, be Mr. YouTube.
How did I sleep? You think there was any sleep going on? How did I sleep with all the snoring? Sleep? What's that?
What is this war zone? I was looking for those all night. Look at this. What the fuck is all this? Oh god. How many did you use?
By the way, this is legit. This is legit Connor's reaction because we didn't look in Chris's tent at the time.
20, 30.
30?
This is legit.
It's so cold.
I was fucking dying too.
No.
No, honestly, it was not staged. This was not staged at all.
But like 3 a.m. and I was like, I was like, why am I doing this? This is shit. I've used so many of these like bloody things. My entire sleeping bag is like packed full of these. It's still warm though. They stay warm. They stay warm. And I want to stay
warm too. Oh, poor Natsuki. Where's the black Santa suit now, huh? He literally woke up with that shot. No, straight up, no lie. These two. Ah, so he had loads too. There you go. See, Natsuki had some too. It wasn't just Chris.
Wave sound so noisy.
Oh shit! Yeah, that worried the hell out of me. I forgot. So in the middle of the night, we heard the ocean getting closer and closer. And I was legit worried at one point. I thought it was right like here up against the tent. But, you know, you could open up the tent and you wouldn't see anything. And I was like, well, that's the fate. That's the hand we've been dealt. So that's what Natsuki's talking about. I literally heard what I thought was the ocean touching my tent at one point. Thankfully it wasn't. But yeah, that was pretty worrying.
You snored more than anyone. Fuck off.
But they both snore bad.
I thought there was a bear at one point. It was just
You're both awful.
Yeah, they are both awful, yeah.
I don't sleep.
Just as our group...
I mean, if you don't know, Chris is notorious for snoring pretty bad. In case you didn't know, I'm pretty sure it's known by now. I bought these... I actually managed to sleep in a bed next to him when we filmed in Kyoto. We did the video where he was doing the 2 weeks in Japan, and I was staying in the room with him. It was like maybe 2 arm lengths away, and I bought these Olympic swimmer earwax things that you put in to block out sound. Slept like a baby. So I've told Charlotte about them. Highly recommend them. They work like a charm. They're better than AirPods. Even AirPods, I wouldn't hear anything.
Verge of having a mental breakdown. Thankfully, the owner of the island arrives on shore to save us from our misery. God bless Ozaki.
Look at, they've still got the pads on them.
Back to dry land. I ask him why he decided to buy.
God bless this guy.
Island in all of North Japan.
Yeah. I'll see if I can, after this, remind me and I'll see if I can find them for you.
3年ですね。
Sunny so he bought it during COVID.
今売ってるでしょ？
今売ってます。
いくらぐらい？
3500万。
3,500 万. I don't know what that is. I think it's about $200,000.
Yeah. That's a lot of money.
You want to buy the island? You can do it.
I don't think it's for sale anymore. I think he's going to probably do something with it.
If you're mental. なんでこの白浜のため買ったんですか? Glamping でしょ?
It's crazy that you don't get your own rooms on shoots. You got to think there's so many people. I mean, I get it. It costs a lot of money for these guys, you know? I think for the... No, not for the RV. For the next Cyclethon, I think we do have our own rooms. Because one of the issues that I used to come into is that every time, as I said earlier, I used to have to charge all my gear, like offload all the data. So I would need to use up all the plugs in the room. So it wasn't fair for whoever I had to sleep with, because I'd have to stay up late and back up the data and charge all the gear. So I think this time Ian was pretty like strong with like convincing the team is like, maybe we should all have our own rooms. It just makes more sense because everyone's well rested. They can settle in at their own pace. You don't have to worry about someone else taking a shower before you or whatnot. So I think for the next event that we're doing, we're going to have our own rooms. But I can understand why. You know, it's a lot of money to put up that many hotel rooms. Bearing in mind for this trip, he had, 4 or 5 editors? Not to mention you had me as a cameraman, Chris, and a guest. Charlotte was there. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm really sorry. You're on a tiny screen. I can't see your name, but thank you so much. It means a lot. It really, really does. A lot of people. So, like, you know, you got to cut costs somewhere, man. You know? Plus, he doesn't want to share with Pete. This is true. I wouldn't mind sharing with Pete, but Pete's got an affinity with Ian, so it's fine, you know. I actually don't. I used to fall asleep to documentaries all the time. Like, I used to love listening to directors' commentaries. So Pete having his radio on doesn't mean anything to me.
Ozaki-san does have a glamping spot near Tochigi.
Ooh, I do want to go here, to be fair. Shout out to the guy here. Masaru Hills. That looks like that would be an awesome location to film at. Or even just go to. I think that could be fun.
Yeah, it's a more relaxed atmosphere.
Any freak? Maybe. Maybe. Technically not, because I've got something else I'm doing with the boys, but yeah, maybe.
You like this? You want to stay on the island?
It's coming soon.
Let us know in the comments, and Ozaki-san might actually keep it and turn it into a resort. So it's your decision. Let him know. You can fire away in the description box below, and yeah, you could be here on the island yourself, probably not in winter, and enjoy it, because
yes,
it is bloody nice.
Please don't go on an island in winter. Do not recommend it.
Perfect. It doesn't get better than this. Ah, Matsushima. Ah, Matsushima. Ah, Matsushima. Matsuo Basho. If he said it.
Did he say that right? Hang on.
This view would be perfect. It doesn't get better than this.
What did he say?
Ah, Matsushima. Ah, Matsushima.
No.
Ah, Matsushima.
And me and Natsuki had a little joke with Chris after this. Hey, Maverick. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. It is I, Maverick. It's Matsushima Ya. Ah, Matsushima Ya. Sorry, Matsushima Ya. But me and Natsuki made a joke because Chris sounded like he was coming every time he said it. So it was like, ah, Matsushima Ya. Ah, Matsushima Ya. Ah.
If he said it best. Wait, come over here. Over here.
And then the boat arrived to take us away.
This island to continue our journey across Japan.
He's got energy to do that.
He loves Again with the hand over the camera, a staple of Chris.
I'm feeling thoroughly messed up this morning. There's loads of school kids.
Oh yeah, the Tenga top, yeah.
Come on in.
I'd like intimately scream.
This place was actually pretty fun. Did they show? They didn't show the whole thing. Anyway, there we go, chat. This scared the hell out of me, by the way. He starts throwing this at the camera here. Let's watch. Oh, it doesn't show it. He actually throws that at me. That nearly hits me. Let's bring this back here. So there we go, chat. A first time reaction on the first stream. Let's get this music back on. Boom. So what was that question? Before I forget. Someone asked a question I don't want to forget. Oh, I can't find it. I'm terrible. As I said, I get ditzy, I forget. Finally, they were rescued off Gilligan's Island. This is true. Earplugs, that's it. Gotcha. Right, let me look. I'm going to go through my Amazon order list. I want to try the name Earplugs. It's not going to come up because it's in English. It's not. Yay. Okay, so they're called Max Pillow Soft Silicone Earplugs. Max, that's M-A-C-K, pillow soft silicone earplugs. And they're used by swimmers to help prevent swimmer's ear. They're used by the USA swimming team. And they're the ones that I used to survive sleeping with Chris. And it worked. Thank you, Kat. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hopefully I don't get in trouble with Chris for doing the whole thing. Hopefully he'll be okay with it. I mean, I feel bad that obviously I'm reacting to the whole thing. But yeah, that was a fun little stream. And it wasn't as bad as the video makes it out to be. It looks a lot worse than it is. It was a fun experience, and it's one that we can talk about for generations. And I'm sure it'll be a staple in the community. It's like, oh, they're going camping. Don't let Chris do it. Ugh. Yeah. Lex, thank you so much for the drone shot of the island. Thank you very much. It was, I was very, very lucky to get some awesome shots as I was on the boat. You did ask, though. I did ask, but, you know, you can ask and then people can forget. You never know. Pete uses them all the time on his stream. Really? The whole video? Probably not, I would imagine. Anyway, I think I've been streaming for far too long. 4 hours and 38 minutes. Good lord. That's a long time. CPU's doing okay. I can't believe the stream's running though. It's great. Hope you guys have had a good time. Hope the audio's been fine throughout. It seems like everything was okay. I don't think anything went off without a hitch. 4 hours is about right. 4 hours is probably the max. Yo, Jolly Gators, thank you for the follow. Finally, I can see people again. Let's see if Paul knows how to raid someone. Let's have a look. We are going to, I believe, Geary should be live with Chris now, as long as the kitchen's still alive. We have Geary here. Oh, there they are. I see them. That's a good sign. They're still alive. Oh, they've got a new camera angle. That's new. I tell you what, though. I mean, you're going to love watching this. Nick has stories for days. And I'm probably going to end up going to watch what they say now. So, have fun, guys. Thank you so much for joining me on my first stream. There will be a VOD of this on the channel. I'll try to see if I can download it and upload it onto YouTube. And the next time... when can I stream next? It's... Technically, I've got on Friday, I have like a sound guard coming that should hopefully help me be a bit louder. So I should be able to be online again, maybe on the 9th. I don't know yet, but maybe on the 9th. Oh, hello. People are sending me stuff. Geary Raid, yeah, I haven't watched a stream this fun in a long time. Oh, thank you. That's so nice to hear, man. Means a lot. Really does. /raid username. Well, I was going to just do this. Start raid on the dashboard of my Twitch. Does that not do the same thing? Thank you for joining, Stacey. I'm glad you had a good time. Have a lovely day. You too. That works too. Great. All right, guys. Well, I will see you later. We're going to start the stream. And I don't know. Normally tell them to say a message. Tell them to smile for the camera or something like that. Oh, it says we are unable to raid Onigiri at this time. Maybe it's because I don't have enough followers. So let me see if I can do it. /raid. I might not be able to raid them. It might be why. It might not let me raid them. In which case, they lose. I'll try again. And if it doesn't let me do it, I'll see. Oh, well, Connor's online. Let's see if he allows it too. Nope. Gary won't allow it. So maybe we might need to go somewhere else. All right, Connor's allowing it, so we're going to go and raid Connor. So I hope you guys have a good time, and I will see you all later. You see it? All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining and making this a nice, easy experience. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it. And I will see you all on the next one. All right. Ciao for now, guys. Take care. Bye. I think that should be enough.